Set me free この自由と Set me free 引き換えに走れメロスのように Set me free 止めないで Set me free 僕をこのまま見送ってくれ Lonely way この僕の Lonely way 思うまま走れメロスのように Lonely way 行き先は Lonely way 遥か彼方の夢を探して
In this way. I don't remember how this song goes, and my mic's not picking me up. Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, White Table, Grief, who's not appearing in my chat for some reason. I guess this is there. We go. Now my OBS is updating. Welcome. Oh, to a bit of a special return to Greenvale. I mentioned, besides the presentation at the beginning, I had at least a couple other little special things planned, and tonight, I believe, we are finally getting to one of them. If you're familiar with this game already, you almost certainly know what I'm talking about, but do not spoil it for anybody. And if you don't know, well, enjoy. Grief, I know you don't know. Grief, there's a lot in this game I'm so excited to see your reaction to. I don't know if you've, like, been keeping up with the VODs and everything, but there's some stuff here where I'm like, what is Grief gonna think about this? And tonight, I believe, much like each of these streams has gone smoother and smoother the more we've gone, and we've also been hitting, like, more and more of the meat of the game, I think tonight gonna be the best one of these streams. We're gonna, I think, probably see some of the most fun parts of this game, and I'm gonna do something. But there's more to do before we do that. So welcome everybody. Why don't we just dive in? Hold on. Let me know if I'm sounding okay. My levels are looking a little funny. I don't know if that's inaccurate or I sound just fine. But you know, with how the audio mixing is in this game, that's gonna be That's gonna be crazy either way. Oh, look at that! I found one! I found one! They tried to sneak in. Oh, fuck! I don't... Hold on. The ban can't be official. The bot ban isn't official until I... There we go, hold on. Now it can be official.
Tyrant, punish.
Okay, that was a close one. I didn't have SoundPad open. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, that was dangerous. I gotta be more responsible as a streamer. I sound good? Great. Well, we'll see if that changes as we enter Swery's big little game. Now let me move all of my windows to another screen so the weird startup doesn't show anything. And let's get this cranking on. Controller's charged a little bit. Should be good to go. Now, as much as we fixed a lot of issues with this game, the weird aiming bug is still a problem. I meant to mess with that some today, but I just didn't end up having time. So we'll just see how that goes. I've got some possible fixes I can look into if we hit a point where like it's literally keeping us from progressing or completing an objective. But for now, I think we'll be good. So let's just dive right in. Right back into Deadly Premonition. I can't believe I'm streaming 2 days in a row after going like 8 hours yesterday. Crow Country was way too fucking good. Oh, but it was worth it. It was worth it. If you didn't watch the rest of that VOD, go buy Crow Country. Just do it. That game was amazing. That was worth doing all that for. Now, let's see. Game should be booting up. There we go. Let me get the game capture going. Should be good here. Can I check out the stream because you want to play Crow Country so far? I'm so excited. I think like a bunch of my friends also got keys. Game appear on screen now. Game appear on screen now. Game appear on screen now. Oh, that's right. I forgot. The reason we're, yeah, I forgot. I gotta do window capture, don't I? Yep. Go ahead. Well, that should be fine. It's been logged in your brain. It's a great song. I think this... again, I'm still not sure if the soundtrack has official names or it was like fan names after someone mentioned that. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure this song is called The Woods and the Goddess, though. Original soundtrack. Can I see the name of it? By the way, let me just say right now, don't look up the names of... Don't look up the soundtrack to this game if you don't know what happens in this game. Do not look up the soundtrack to this game until you have seen the ending. That is an important warning I have to give. There are titles in the soundtrack that will spoil things. I mean, not necessarily, but if you look at the title, there's some songs that have a title that's just character name. And while that's not really that much on its own, some of them are just character themes. If you, like, click a song, there's some songs where it's character name, and if you click it, it's like, oh, okay, alright. Like, I don't want to say any more than that, but just... Yeah, no, I'm looking at the official track listing, and I mean, it's got titles. And I believe this one is called The Woods and the Goddess. The Woods and the Goddess, yeah, that's what this song is. Very good song. Again, obviously, I unironically love this game, though we'll see if that changes by the end of this playthrough. But, you know, I made a big stink about this whole playthrough being like, I gotta really reevaluate the game. I think most of that's gonna come at the end. I think most of the stuff I'm really gonna have to kind of take a deep look at and go, what do I think about this, is gonna come at the end. The end of this game is when it is at its absolute best and absolute worst. And we're gonna see what that's like when we get back there. Everything leading up to that, honestly, I'm having a great time and I'm enjoying it. And the music is a big part of that. This game's got fantastic music. Now, we're on episode 2, part 1. Let's watch our recap.
previously during the investigation.
F.K. in the coffin. I knew I could count
It
on.
sucks we don't get these
Never
puppies
fails.
anymore.
The perpetrator bit off Anna's tongue.
Jackpot, Zach. A shame, but our old-time all-American sightseeing tour just came to an end.
When purple fog covers our town, we're all wandering ahead.
I forgot about Purple Fog.
So says Mr. Stewart.
Oh, well, there's an old story, folklore. It's a fairy tale to me.
It's an Ultra
Something about a
7X
killer
episode.
in a raincoat who appears on rainy nights.
She had a red dress on. She was a goddess.
It's starting to rain. I think this case may take a while.
I keep forgetting about Mr. Stewart and his assistant pervert. Oh, they're great. I still can't get over the fact that in that scene where he says the purple fog thing, he full on just does a Scorpy poem. He does a Scorpy poem. He's like, things will be very bad, and then he ends another line with so sad. Like full on the kind of bit that like Scorpy would do. I was fucking losing my mind. Well, here we are, another day on the job. Last we left off, we took a nice repose. And what better way to start the day here at the inn than with some nice coffee fortune telling. By the way, I forgot to ask this last time, since we've now met almost every character in the game. And this is a question, again, only for people who don't know. This is a no-spoiler stream. Only for people who do not know the answer. Now that we have met most of the cast, who do you think did it? Who do you think did it? I'm legitimately curious what people might be thinking. Now, what does our coffee have to say? Relax, get a breath of fresh air. Lucky color, white.
White, is it? The hair of one of my coworkers turned completely white overnight due to stress once. Relaxing might be a good idea.
It's so tempting to hit save again, but that's... Relaxing would be a good idea. And that's good, because on the way to our current job, we've got some other stuff we want to do. But I have to go outside first. Can we actually, like... If he's staying here... I've never thought about this. Wouldn't Kaysen have a room that we could, like, peek on? Because there's a few, like, available rooms that aren't being used. I have to assume one of them is Mr. Kaysen's room. But who knows? Some characters have really weird schedules. Not a clue. That is fair. We really don't have any specific... Like, we have clues. We have clues about the killer, but not, like, anything that points to any actual person. They're all like weird things.
Oh, hi.
Mr. Morgan, anything good for sale? New suit. New suit. $1,000 on a suit. Don't mind if I. I forgot the fucking like PNGs with the edges. Oh my god. We haven't formally met Kaysen yet. No, we've met Kaysen. We've literally met Kaysen. He's in the hotel now. That happened last time. He showed up to our door and York was like, oh, his initials! This is heating up. Bullet worm, capsule worm. Oh, I'm so tempted to buy these, but like, I want to buy a hot dog. I have to buy a hot dog. Look at that. We'll carry that in our pocket all day. That hot dog with tomatoes on it. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Try to take it easy, okay?
Oh, hi.
Mr. Morgan, take care of yourself and have a nice day. We're definitely going to try that new suit on later. Yeah, last stream we did a lot. We really, like... Last time we checked out the lumber mill to find the murder scene. We found out that the killer has, like, a tattoo of an upside-down peace mark on their back. We checked George, Emily, and Thomas's back and didn't find anything. Only things of note were, George's body was, like, covered in fucking scars, which he, like, wasn't comfortable showing, and York, like, respectfully didn't pry, since he kind of brought up, like, hey, you don't like talking about Zach? Don't ask me about my, like, crazy scars, please. and York was actually decent for once. Thomas just has a tattoo that says Love G, but we didn't actually see it. York just was like, everyone's lived through the 80s. And Emily didn't have anything on her back, but York was just kind of weird about it when he was alone in his room, reminiscing about it. Alright, which car? I think we want the Milk Barn car today. And that's really all we have on the killer. That and someone in stiletto heels was potentially at the scene of where the body was dropped, but we don't know who yet. Wait a minute. Damn trading card here? I don't think that was there before. Hang on. We gotta get to work, but...
Zack, is there
There's a
something
damn
here
trading
that you
card
want to
back here.
check
Hang
out?
on.
Well, the gallery closes at 1700. But there's no real reason to hurry.
There is absolutely no real
We need
reason
to pace
hurry.
ourselves for an investigation like this.
Yes, we're not gonna hurry, even though that's in less than an hour. We'll probably get it tomorrow because I think there's a couple side quests I want to see if I can knock out. Hang on, we're using the window tech to fast travel to the back of the. Oh fuck! Wait. We're fast traveling to the back of this hotel to get this trading card. I think we've seen the lunch scene for this section, so we don't have like a... Shit, I ended up back where I started. Hang on. At least I got some money. There we go. Now we should be good. I moved one to the left, which should put us behind the hotel. So some of the things I super want to do this time. Hey, I guess his card isn't available till he... Some about him just looks ridiculous. And now, once again, we will warp. So another thing that happened... Wait, I forgot. I was going over what happened last time, but then I mentioned, Yeah, we went to the murder scene. Then we rounded up everybody in town. We did a town meeting to be like, hey, everybody, here's what's going on. Be careful. And we talked to everybody. We met a bunch of people we hadn't met before, like the general who runs the junkyard, but has a, like, sergeant's emblem. We met the amnesiac gravekeeper, who's, like, a weird guy. And, you know, bunch of other people. We met the local gunsmith, who seems kind of cool. Hey, the windshield was just floating. Did y'all see that? It was just floating. Insomniac. Yeah. Who else do we meet of note? We met Thomas's sister, who just seems kind of like a asshole. And runs the bar. We also saw her sing at the bar. What else? Then we met, just at the hotel, Forrest Kaysen came by. He's a traveling salesman, sells these little red saplings. He's like, only I can make them sprout, but once they're sprouted, they'll grow like crazy. And he gave us one, and he's friends with the Ingrams and stuff. And now there's one other person who we haven't talked to who runs the local art gallery, and since she's now in town, and seemingly came into town with Kaysen, we're gonna talk to her and be like, hey, do you know anything, even though you weren't in town? That's kind of our next story beat. Alright. If I'm going to drive somewhere first, my priorities right now are, for side quest today, I want to see what the Ingrams have going on, and I want to finish gathering the bones, so I don't have to keep avoiding Kaysen and, like, fucking up a side quest. Because part of the bone side quest involves Kaysen's dog, Willie. But if you don't have all the bones when you go up to him, it, like, fucks up and you don't get the full reward. Yeah, the Muses Gallery. Anything else I'm forgetting from last time to go over? For anyone who didn't miss it? I'm looking for bones. We only have like 2 left. Let's just flip through the houses and see if we've got like side quests anywhere. There really isn't much to do. Oh, we could help Lily again. Already, that's kind of surprising. Yep, there he is. The Beast. Yeah, the Ingram twins, they got a quest. I don't think I've ever done that, and I'm really curious about what that is. So that's a priority for me. You know what? Let's just drive into town. We'll enjoy our new car we got. Our I forgot this is Spur Mom! I forgot this is the Spur Mom car. First crash of the night. First crash of the night! Oh. It's a powerful game. It's too powerful for... Hey, now this is showing my desktop and it didn't do that before. And I have to, like, confirm that there's nothing... Okay, nothing bad got shown there. But that is concerning. I don't like that it was showing my fucking desktop. It wasn't doing that before. It's finding new ways to fuck with me.
Previously during the investigation.
F.
Alright, speedrun. You know, I know last night I went on a whole spiel about how I'm like, oh, when I have to reload a save, I redo everything I just did in case there's like a flag it'll trigger. I'm not gonna bother with the coffee fortune telling. We have our fortune. That is purely for fun. Polly, though?
Oh,
Polly, I would like to buy that suit. Oh, no, don't worry. I'm buying the suit and I'm buying the hot dog. And you know what? New day, new stream. I think this is a sign that we should put the red suit away. What do you say we go ahead and try out our new suit? Brand new day. Unless... Yeah, no, let's try the new suit. Dare players with flags are less mysterious than other games? True, they're very obvious things like, have you met this character before? And that's kind of it. Part of why I had to spend a week fucking playing the game. Rainy stripe. The design of the suit looks like rain. Here we go. We're finally getting into the unlockable suits. Look at this. Look at this. What a look. We're keeping the beard today. This is going to be a beard day. We're not shaving York this time. Zach, I'm really tripped out. You know what? Another question I like to throw out, just in general, from you know, since we're a bit further in the game. What are y'all thinking of this town and these fucking weirdos? Anybody got any characters that really pop out to them, that really appeal to them? Whether it's York and Zach or some other weirdo. Honestly, this playthrough, I'm really liking George. Like, George has this kind of, like, gruff sensitivity that I kind of... He's a little bit of he's a weirdo like everyone else. You know, he said that weird thing about, like, treat women like a fucking fine crystal glass or whatever the fuck it was. But, you know, he's got such pretty eyes. I'm still kind of thinking about that scene where, like, they would just keep showing his face and his eyes were, like, glistening, and it was like, whoa. George? We're endeared to a lot of the characters, but the highlight is the air guitar sharpener. Keith Ingram is one of my favorites. First playthrough, he was one of my favorites. Oh, and of course Thomas is always, like, probably my top character in the game. The fuck was that? Where's my There's my sperm car. Alright, let's go pull up to, let's go pull up to the milk barn and freak Lily out because we're driving a like, 1-to-1 replica. Look at that! The windshield's just hanging in the air! It did it again! I really hope that's not gonna cause this to crash. How do I honk? Okay, that's how. I think in the past this has been one of my go-to cars because it plays Life is Beautiful. It's also extremely fast and durable. Like, look at how fucking fast. We're going, hey, this car I don't think was listed as having high speed, but it's definitely faster than the cars that they told me were faster.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
Okay, we've used up all our dialogue for now. Look at this fucking thing. Turning on a dime? We're gonna be at the milk barn in no time. We won't even have to call George and make him leave the gallery and bring us somewhere. just want to do a race while we're here. Y'all think we should do a race? Do this race that's up here? Take this sperm car for a real spin? I think it's right over here. I don't plan on doing a lot of the races, but like, you know, when we first did our playthrough, when we started this playthrough, we had a crash here, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to do the races. But then we did the other one, and it was fine. So you know what? Let's turn the fucking beat back. Let's go. Enough of life is beautiful. It's time for United States, moron. York, why aren't you at the fucking gallery? You don't understand, George. I had to whip shitties all across town. Hey, it's... Okay, the song is changing. I thought this car would, like, have priority. Which fucking way do you want me to... These races suck. And the cars reverse at, like, -5 miles per hour. No, we can make it. We've got the strongest car in the world. We got a better car. It's upgraded. I forget if there's even a handbrake. Someone mentioned a handbrake before, but I don't know if there is one. Oh fuck! I hit quit. I tried to play with my lights. That was my fault. I've made the ultimate sin. Hold on. Redo. Which way is it? Now, I am less worried about crashes because I am making a good habit of saving frequently. Like, as soon as we do this race, we're gonna find a phone, save, unless we lose. If we lose, we're just gonna go to the milk bar. Because who cares? Okay. The fucking stinger kind of startled me. Here we go. Alright, this time we'll do it. The only technical issue I'm still worried about is the aiming thing. Even that, I think we'll be able to figure something out. You know, worst case scenario. Why is an American idiot? What did they know that we don't? Look at this, we're tearing it up. One other thing I want to do today is I want to go by Gun Shop Panda, and I want to talk to, I forget his name, but the guy who runs it. It just seems cool. You know, we had a chance where we could have, like, oh, no. We could have just bought stuff from his, like, case he keeps with him, but we didn't really have any reason to do that. Because he wasn't selling anything we needed. He just had, like, a machine gun when we already have the infinite ammo one from the ghost story thing that Keith gave us. Which maybe Keith will have another one. What if Keith has another ghost story for us? We can get another weapon. Fuck, I guess wrong. This game commits the sin of not showing you where the next checkpoint's gonna be, so you have no idea which way you're supposed to turn. But it's no big deal. Living in Greenville ain't no big deal. I just remembered something else I want to do this stream that we haven't done yet. Another little part about living in this town that I haven't really messed with. Really need to take in the nightlife. It's just American Idiot. I'm not even sure this is on the album. This song might not be on the album because they wouldn't... Excuse me? Okay, there we go. I don't know what that was. I had to slow down because I didn't know what it would want me to do. Although I think we've won. Great! I think there's only like 3 races in town. Like, we've done 2. Yo! We can go to the basketball court now. Is it called Crazy Race? They really didn't want to acknowledge. Oh, okay. Now, how do we? I don't even see. Well, I.
Zach, is there something here that you
My
want to
card
check
is
out?
all the way.
Well, the gallery closes at 1700. But there's no
Can I
real
go in
reason to
there?
hurry. We need to pace
How the fuck
ourselves
do
for
I-
an
okay.
investigation like...
Shut up. I don't know how to get in here. The last time we did one of these, it, like, opened up a path. I'm not seeing that here. Let me go around. Fucking look at that. God, it's so quiet. I am winning, actually. I just cleared the race that we tried when we first started the game. Where it, like, crashed. Look at all these identical fucking hot rods. Okay, so we were able to go here the whole time. Alright, give me my special treat. I love this. Marvelous! Damn. Couldn't get a bigger combo. Oh! Damn, can only get up to 90. I want to see that shit say 120. Alright, what's the card gonna be? Keith! Yes! We got Keith's card! That was so worth it. I'm gonna celebrate. It almost feels like my aim has gotten more restrictive. That's a bad sign. No, I think it's just... Okay. Alright. Well, with that done... Come on, game. Yeah, hey, this aiming thing might be a... might turn into a big issue. Alright. There's a payphone right here. Let's go ahead and save. Whoops. Have I even heard that sound before? Okay. Right off the bat, time for the first backup of the night. Alright, first backup of the night. Copying my save. New folder. This is gonna be... Keith card! Alright. Already off to a great start. So I think if we go this way, we'll get to, you know... Wait, I should check the map. Which way? Do I go to the right? Truly, truly awful map. Or to go forward? I go forward. Also peeking around to see if I can find more bones. The stream has already been a huge success. Does Lysander have anything for us? No, but we probably... Well, I don't want to buy any more cars right now. Roaming Sigourney? We haven't talked to her either. We should check in with her. And that's why we save! That's why we save! It doesn't even faze me! Oh no! The game crashed! Whatever, I just saved and I have the fucking... the thing installed that skips all the stupid splash screens. We're fine. We're good. We're fine. Yeah, that is fully just showing my desktop. I don't like that. It wasn't doing that before. That's very distressing to me.
Previously during the investigation.
F.
Honestly, I wonder, like, how many minutes did we lose in the first 2 streams to the what do you call it? That fucking, or was it just the first stream with the, you know? Yeah. See, it ain't even bad. You get to hear more of that music. Now, I will say, this has been more unstable than it has been before, but I'm not gonna let it worry me. We're gonna keep on trucking. And hey, oh, I forgot, we've got a drive ahead of us. Well, doesn't that mean I should get our proper music going? Don't we have some music we should be listening to while doing this? Don't we have a... Although, to be honest, it might be... I would have to, like, turn down the game music. I'm gonna turn down the game music. I am turning on the horse music! Here we go. Zach, crank that shit. Let me know if I need to tweak it some more. It's still coming through a lot, but I think it's fine. Take yourself back to 2011. Young me on fucking futon in his room, playing this shit for the first time, putting this on, getting really emotional about how much he loves this world and these characters. Quest? Music terminate! Quest time! Quest time! Mash Market Bros, get out of my way! I saw a quest icon! I have to go talk to the John Wayne man! Please! Please! You're not the John Wayne man, you're just a hotted woman! You're not what I'm after. But... Hey there. Let me know if you want me to pump it. I mean, I should get the car repaired. So let's get it washed. Can't even fucking see her. The car's too big. I love they make such a big deal, like, the sexy car wash, and it's just a normal wash. She cleans one spot. Fuck it. Fill it up, too. I think the icons got swapped. I think the gas icon's supposed to be... Yeah, something's not right with the icons there. I'm hoping that's not a corruption thing. We'll see. Last time we had something like that, our fucking save got wiped, but... that was a lot crazier and worse than what we were dealing with here, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Come on! Activate the ring again, please. There we go. Information. Ready to go off trying that line. If you want to chat me up, it'll take a lot more than that. Okay, then leave. Send out your awful husband. I need to give him $100 so he'll talk to me. Please. I need this. My car's a sperm on. There he is. There's Raging Bull Jack or whatever. Can't even fucking see him. York looks crazy! This car looks way too big! You could have just spit on your shoulder for all I know. Yes! We can do another bribe. Money to get information from Jack. Got more expensive again. He is kidding me? He is kidding me? I am sure.
I've been waiting for you, Benjamin. I've got a good one for you today. Don't go around spreading this one. I've got this.
You know Wesley Pandabar? Guy's a trading card guy.
I'll tell you another one when I see you again.
Why are those so fast? Local FBI agent gives hundreds of dollars to gas station asshole. Okay, that... Did I clear this quest? Suddenly there's just agent honors all over the ground. Is this my reimbursement? I didn't say, like, quest cleared, but that just basically paid for what I did. Did I just launder money? Through one of 2 men in this town who look like fucking Paul Phoenix? I don't think the quest... I think he's probably still got more, because I didn't see the... Hold on, let me check. Side mission. Jack the Rage Bull. Yeah, no, he's still got more. If you give him more than $1,000, he'll supposed to give you some really big info. For the investigation, then... Okay, next one might be the last. It'll probably be like, give him $500 and it pushes the total over 1,000. But... Oh, you know what? Wait, is this... No, they open late. But that's Panda Bear, the gun shop.
Zach, we can take a rest if you're tired.
In Scribe Avenue. Already fucking up our car. Again. Alright, wherever we go next, we're probably get George to drive us, because fuck it. Milk Barn, baby! Out of the way! Yeah, there's the car we've cloned. Alright. Gonna back this up. Damn it, come on. I've got too many windows open on the same monitor. Which, by the way, thanks everybody for helping me hit that goal. I'm gonna order that second monitor soon and then look into getting those mounts so I can actually have more desk space. Sure, I got this properly copied. This is gonna be... more bribe. Some weird gas visuals. Just in case. Alright, one of my favorite places to go in this entire game, the Milk Barn, always a treat. Let's get on in there. Outside, they've got the mist happening. Lily! You got a job for me?
Hi there.
Hi, hun. What's up?
Agent York, just the person I wanted to see.
Oh, really?
It's about our storage room again. Hun, it's a mess. But this time, the mess was caused by Keith. Is there any way I could get you to do another favor for me?
Let's get one thing straight, Lily. Just for the record.
York?
I didn't come here to organize your storage room.
Oh my god. And that's never...
What? What's happening? I read about this. I read about this. This is one of the only bugs that doesn't have a fix. It plays weird sleeping mumbling instead of this line.
And that's never...
It plays him like snoring and moaning. It's like a weird fucking bug. Can I actually do anything here?
Oh my god. And that's never...
Hey, I actually have to look up if I can find this cutscene on YouTube now. I remember reading about this. York mumbling milk. This is insane. Holy fuck. I don't think there's a fix for this. Milk Barn mumble glitch. Hold on. Let me see if I can find just a clip of this to put on screen. Meanwhile, he will continue mumbling. So stand by while I find something here. Enjoy York's mumbling. should end eventually? I hope it does. I think Premonition, Milk Barn. Am I gonna have to pull up like the? No, this is a lot of people showing off the bug, I think. Is this going to end? Hang on, I think I have to pull up the Super Great Friends playthrough. Hang on. Although this is... No, this is like... I don't know what to do! I'm trying to find a video of it. It's not a big deal that we don't get to see this full scene, but what a weird glitch. Well, I want to see, like, the... What if this loops, though, right? Like, you can't like, press to advance here. It just ended eventually? Check... Yeah, do that. That would be helpful. Tell me how long this takes, how long we have to sit here. This is... His lips aren't even moving. How does this fucking happen? How do you not go back and fix this? I didn't notice they have a giant fucking guitar back there! She let him do this! She let him put a big stupid guitar inside their little convenience store. Have to wait for 3 minutes like an Earthbound? We'll do it if we have to. She's being chill about it. She's being very patient. You know, she's just waiting. Oh my god, as soon as this happened, I was like, fuck, that's right, this is one of the only bugs that doesn't have a fix. God. Come on. Oh my god. Like, why would it loop, you know? Hang on, I'm gonna... Spidey, do you have any update on that VOD you're checking for reference? Because if we have to, we're not missing anything terrible from not seeing this, but you know, who knows what she says? She might be like, hey, you know, actually, you know, I'm very grateful. Daily Premonition. Side quest 20. A lot of these are just... A lot of these are just like a bunch of people doing side quests. And not videos, come on. Wait! I think I found it. I think I just found it. Oh, is this someone solving it and not actually showing the opening? Yeah, this is not... They don't show the opening, they just show the solving of it. You maybe restart? Okay, hang on.
Sorry, I'll have to pass. Zack doesn't seem interested.
That's a pity. Just let me know if you change your mind then. You're welcome to help out anytime.
She's taking it in stride. I got $18. Okay, hang on. Okay, we'll try that one more time. Worst case scenario, we'll just... You know.
Previously during the investigation.
F.
Worst case scenario, we have to skip a little dialogue. Spider, do you like have on hand what they say there? Like, could you just put it in chat if we don't get to see it? Because that'd be helpful. You could just like, you know, probably asking a lot to like fucking type out a bunch of dialogue, but I guess I'm assuming it's not much.
Hi there.
Alright, let's talk.
Agent York, just the person I wanted to see.
Oh, really?
It's about our storage room again. Hun, it's a mess.
Oh, you just have the text
but
files?
This time,
Shit,
the
yeah.
mess was caused by
All right,
Keith.
let's see how it goes.
Is there any way I could get you to do another favor for me?
Let's get one thing straight, Lily. Just for the record, I didn't come here to
Oh, it's
organize
working.
your storage room.
Oh my god.
Never mind.
And that's never. No. Hello.
This really is the worst version of this game, huh? I mean, this is so funny, but like, I get the feeling you should just go. I forgot about USB serial.
And that's never.
Yeah, Spider, do you want to just go ahead and paste that into the chat? Paste the the text.
Oh my god. And that's never.
I think he's in it for the long haul here.
No.
Just pressed every button and it ended? I mean, I can skip the dialogue, but... I'll try that.
Oh my god. And that's never.
It's still going.
No. Hello.
Yeah, I think it's just going. Yeah, if you're cool with like finding the dialogue and just pasting it in here so we can see what we missed before starting this, that'd be helpful.
Thank you, hun.
Extremely-
The storage
extremely
room is this
appreciated.
way.
What an insanely weird bug. Never seen anything like that in a game. Alright. Last one of these. So. Okay, let's study this because we're not gonna have a good full view. God damn it. Okay. It doesn't let me look at that forever. So we've got one there. Okay, this can go here, but so can... No, that cannot go there. This has to go back there, and this has to go here. Okay, I think I have this already. Yeah, I don't... Did they, like, fucking mislabel a file or something? Like, what on earth? How on earth could that happen? Okay, I think we want to go ahead and get this guy over here. Let's hope this works. Alright, this is already blocked, so let's just go ahead. Yes, of course, but still a hero who can't ignore civilians in trouble, right? I'm just an FBI agent, which makes you a hero. Please, this will be the last time. Would you help me out? I'll give you this key as a reward. Is it related to the investigation? Maybe, maybe not. But I'll tell you once you've finished. Zach, she's a tough negotiator. Guess that comes from dealing with her husband and the twins. Well, that's fine. I can still read it. Just fine. I totally got it from that. Thank you very much. Am I gonna... Can I, like, half push this? Can I do a half push and fit in there? Oh, shit. No, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. Oh, wait, I can do this to get a view. Hang on. Reset. Yeah, thank you very much for doing that. Okay, so... Oh, if I push that down, then I can go around it. I didn't realize that. Okay, so that's the plan. I just need to push that down, like, once. Here we go. This is all gonna come together. Has to be like a weird type with the mumble audio format to loop unless interrupted. Yeah, but also, like, that shouldn't play there either way, you know? I don't even know where that plays in the game. Like, I'm struggling to think of a scene where Dork is, like, asleep and mumbling and snoring. It's so odd, but... Oh well. We didn't miss anything crazy, and we got to, you know, see the text scene, so... Moving! The moving! Alright, just push this down to the end there. I like York being like, hey, I came here to solve a murder investigation, but also, there's no hurry. That's Thomas's audio? Because Thomas does, like, do the sleepy mumble stuff. Oh my god, that's even weirder. Why is it Thomas's voice? Holy shit. Yeah, when we like went in there and he was all sleepy, being like, oh, you dog, you. No. 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 Okay, I got it this time, though. I've got it this time. I think? Okay, so we get this here. And keeping our path clear, we're gonna go put that down there, and then this up here, and then we can, yep, then we can slip behind that. Okay, this all works. I've got it now. I've got this down. I fucked up. I just didn't think. I just did that one instead. I literally just didn't think, and I did the wrong one. Ugh. No, come on! Ah. Here we go. We do this one. Go around. We do this one, and then this one. And the reward we get from this one is great. Like, I love what we get from this. One of my favorite things in the game. Heart is exploding. It's just fucking bursting. And we can still get back there, right? Like, I go over here. Wait a minute, hold on. I go here. And I push this here, and yep, there's room to slip behind it. So this is it. Now that is in position. Just this one left. Solve this dastardly riddle. Ooh.
Agent York, thank you for this. Here's your reward. The key.
great line. I kind of want to get that isolated.
And what does this key open?
It's the key to the closet in our garage.
Closet?
Yes, and there's something in there that's really valuable to Keith. He says it's the most important thing in his life, second only to his family. I don't really see it in the same light. There are lots of other things in there too, and you can help yourself.
Which means this wasn't related to the investigation after all?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to trick you. I just couldn't think of another way to get you to help.
You're quite a woman, Lily. Only you would be able to get me to clean up that storage room 3 times, but it's a good thing. Helping people out feels good, after all. And we FBI special agents are all living and breathing heroes. Right, Zach?
Thank you, Agent York. Don't let this stop you from coming by, will you? Keith and I both enjoy your company.
Don't worry about that, Lily. I'll be back.
I forgot how insane this. There's like the second most important thing to Keith in this entire world is in there. You can have it. Take it. I don't care about it. Fucking demented, Lily. Can't you if I remember anything. Wait, no, I want you to sell me things. It's hard because of our family's 3 children. Why are you not selling me stuff? Keith, will you sell me?
Hey, bro!
Hey, bro, you rockin'? You look a little down, man. I got just a thing to cheer you up. Time for you to have a rockin' afternoon, FBI. Come on, get with it. Yeah! Yeah! Yippee! Say, yeah! Hey, come on, come on, at least once. Say, yeah! The way he just jumps down is so good. Come on, FBI, aren't you into feeling good? Am I not shouting loud enough for you? Okay, then I'll give it all I've got. Yes! Let's go. Say, yeah! Say, yeah! Say, yeah! Keith. Yeah? What's wrong, FBI? Lily's glaring at you.
Hey!
Oh my god! Really? Okay, work then. Work. Better get back to work too, okay?
You've been coughing up blood, right?
Oh wow, this didn't pop up till now.
Ursula, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. That worked pretty well, Zach. You didn't even check to see if I was telling the truth.
Hey, bro!
And I got $18. Deep blue. Pitchfork. Chocolate chip cookie. Hot dog, cherry pie. Give me deep blue. Will you sell me something? Lily, where are you going? Okay, hold on. Let's go outside. Hit immediately save. Come on. No hesitation. Save immediately. Okay. Let's get that data backed up. Alright, this one is storeroom 3 done. Alright, well, I guess... Oh, she's leaving for the day. That's what's going on. That's why I couldn't buy from her. She might have another suit. Okay, can we just go into their house with this key, or... Probably not, but... Oh, you know what we should do? Hold on, where's Sigourney? We saw Sigourney was, like, over here. There's George. Oh yeah, they're all leaving. They're all leaving the gallery. It's too late now. You know, I don't think I've ever seen Ush's house. That's something we gotta do. Sigourney's house? I'm not sure I've ever been there either. Okay, there's Forrest. We gotta avoid him until we get all the bones. There's George's house. Where's the Ingram's house? Is it further up here? Carol, Emily, Olivia. I will not crash my car into Willie. Schmooper Farm. Where the fuck is their house? I thought it was like right here. Oh, Keith's house. Kaysen's outside of it. Let's just turn around and... You know what? I don't feel like driving. Ooh, weather's getting a little spooky. George! 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 I know you're in your car. I saw you on the map. Take me to Keith's house, please. Please. I'm begging you. Don't delay. No! No! Ah, 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 ah. Kaysen, you go away. Willie? Willie? I don't know if I can go in. I don't think I can go in here right now. No, we gotta wait for someone to be home. Okay. Well, in that case... Isaac and Isaiah are in there, though! Hang on. I'm gonna smoke in their garage for a second. Give me a fucking cigarette, please. Just like an hour. Let's see what this does. Also, when I... Oh, good! My car does move with me. Wait, that's not my car. That's Lily's. Lily, if you're here, let me inside, please. Are y'all in there? I can see you cooking. Lily, let me into your house, please. Oh, I hate the loading times. At least I'm getting paid for this. Oh no, my car does come with me. Excellent. All right, that's something I was wondering about the fast travel. That's really good. All right, well, if we can't go in here now, do we have anything else nearby? Like if I jump around a bit and kind of look for side quest stuff. Oh, is there not a race at the hospital? Maybe that's just in a tree. I think I heard something about that being in a tree. The milk barn. Keith is there. There's Sigourney. George, change of plans! Turn your car around. Take me to Emily's house. Wait, have I been inside Emily's house? No, I have not. I have to drive there myself. Intercept, intercept. We're gonna see the weird pot lady. So turn around, go south. I could even just take this road, actually. Here we go. You know, we're almost at the point where I'm kind of probably going to be doing way less side quests and just blasting through the story. Because at this point, I've done most of the things I always do. And I've already done some stuff I've never seen before. means the story's about to start, like, getting a lot faster.
No, nothing. Just my imagination.
Okay, if we're coming up here... Is this open? That's still closed, so we're not gonna bother. Come up here, we want to take a right. Beautiful music. How's everybody doing? How's everyone's weekend been? There she is.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check
There
out?
sure
Well,
is.
the gallery closes at 1700. But there's no real reason to hurry.
Yo, shut the fuck up. She seems to be an intelligent and refined person, but why the pan? I wonder what's in it.
Hey, Sigourney.
I'm glad you're here. My pot. It's getting cold. Please, let's get going.
Could you explain what you're talking about?
What are you rambling on about? My pot's getting cold as we speak. Hurry! Hurry!
Zach, I guess we're going to have to drive her home.
Yeah, it is Mother's Day.
But I wonder what happens when her pot gets cold.
Cold pot 1. Here we go. Let's go.
Now, get the car going. My house is over by the lake. 3, 2, 1, go!
Fuck yeah. Here we go. Wait. Which arrow is it? There's 2 arrows. Is it this one? No, it's the other one. That's very confusing. I really wish the, like, ghost spots would disappear after you do them. Like, I mean, have them there
This is not good. It's losing more and more of its warmth. At this rate, my pot is going to get cold. Hurry! Hurry! Step on it! Why do you have to drive so safely?
Just driving.
Can't you see my pot is getting cold? This is not good. It's losing more and more of its warmth. At this rate, my pot is going to get cold.
Man,
Hurry!
we're like already here.
Hurry! Step on it! Why do you have to drive so safely? Can't you see my pot is getting cold?
We're here. Come on.
Oh, thanks to you, my pot is still warm.
I'm glad to hear that.
Don't get so excited, will you? Keep your voice down.
What, are you going to tell me a secret?
The pot knows everything. Hears all.
Hmm?
If you can't find the person you are looking for, you need to look at things from a different angle. There is only one truth, but more than one is always visible. Like cooking a stew. Mix things in and wait for it to boil together.
I want some
Just make sure it doesn't get burnt. And keep an eye on it. You have to gently mix it sometimes and wait
Hey, she's
until
wearing
it's
one
ready.
shoe.
Listen carefully.
This lady's fun.
The best stew is a stew that is boiled slowly.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh my! My pot is getting cold again! Did you have to talk so long? Oh!
Cold pot 1. Okay. Can we go inside her house? Probably shouldn't try to get in here. Oh, okay, so her house is, like, not a real one. I guess there's, like, a few characters who just don't really have real locations you can fit. Her shoe is just in her yard. Someone left a shoe here. Very strange, Zach. That's a great detail. I'm not sure I ever noticed that. That's really good. I've, like, never really been in this little suburb here. She's got a, like, really nice house. I wonder if Usha's house is, like, real. Like, because we can't even peek on her. Like, almost everyone's house is a real house, but then her house and George's house are both, like, you can't really interact with them. I wonder if Usha's is like that, because I don't really remember Usha's house at all. Like, I'm struggling to remember if I've ever seen it. It might also just be, like, not really a real house. Alright, let's see. You know what? George? Speak the little devil? How about you take me to the hospital and I try to get that trading card? Yeah. Here we go. Or... No. No. I want that. How do I get that? How do I get that? I don't know how to get that. Is there a race over here? I genuinely don't remember. No, I don't think there is. Let's do a quick save. And let's back that up, since that's another, like, quest down. Alright, this one, another backup. This will be Sigourney 1. No, I hope everyone's been enjoying the stream tonight. I know we're just kind of messing around right now, but we will be doing that special shit tonight. Alright, let's see. So I'm gonna not fucking worry about this trading card here. We're not, as much as I like collecting shit, I'm not gonna try and 100% damn trading cards. But where are the bones though? I'm kind of struggling to find all the bones this time. Something over there. There's a card there, but let's see. Hold on. Roaming Sigourney, but she doesn't have anything for us. Let's just really, like, check the edges of the whole town. Nothing with Becky. We've been in there. Like, we only have 2 bones missing, so I can't imagine why they'd be so hard to find. George and Emily leaving because I took too long. That's great. What do we got? What do we got? Come on. If I can just find one and see what's closest to it, we can just zoom over there. And there's Jim. He's out fishing. The big old mansion. Velvet Falls. This is all just outside. It's the woodworking place. We've been over there. I feel like I've looked at everything. Just take the bones from Jim? I couldn't. Not Jim. He seems like a nice old man. Where have we not, like, looked? I think this is the way out of town. Yeah, this is, like, the way we came in. That's kind of cute. A little island there. Train tracks. This could be something. Hang on, this... Let's see. All the way out here? Do the bones, like, not... spawn? Am I missing something with the bones? Let me double check this. Daily premonition. Bones. Every bone and where to find them. Okay, there are... Wait! This fucking... Sorry, I found a fucking article that uses a picture from Daily Premonition 2 at the top, and it confused me. Okay, hold on. We've got... left foot, left hand, and skull. Hip bone. Anna's house. Haven't I... Hold on. Anna's house. Is this article right? Like, it's... Didn't I get this? Have I not gotten the sternum? Do these, like, not appear sometimes? I feel like something's... Oh, wait, no, this is like... Wait, hold on. This is so confusing, because I'm getting, like, conflicting information about these bones. Okay, I see. Alright, it's like a secret thing if you... Why am I not seeing the others on the map if I don't have them? This doesn't... Whatever. We'll figure this out. I want these bones. Hey, I hope this isn't something that's just glitched in this version, because the item we get, if I do this properly, is actually something I really want. Okay, but I'm going to follow what this map says, and I'm going to go to... We're going to go to Anna's house. Actually, can I go to the... No. Go to Anna's house. I wonder if I have to talk to, there's another character, like, there's sort of 2 quests involving the bones. So I wonder if I might have to do a couple things. Alright, hold on, where's the... Okay, the cabin is up here. Which means... Christ, it's so hard to fucking navigate this place. There's one! There's one. They're both here! They're both by the cabin! The guy lied to me. The guy just lied to me. Hang on. Please take me up to the forest cabin. Where's Jim's cabin on here? Why am I not seeing it? Am I missing something? Hotel, milk barn. I guess the forest park is close enough. All right, we're gonna finish off the bone quest right now. I think there might be 7 bones. We'll have to double check. But either way. All right, here we go. We're here. They're over there. We don't have to worry. We're in a car. We're safe. We go up here and we take this path, we'll get a bone. So, we'll look for a left path. And while we're doing this, horse music. You know it's time for horse music. You know we gotta have our horse music. It's necessary. Do let me know if it's too loud though. The levels are looking funky. Here we go. I'm ready for bones. As the sky grows dark. Oh! The fucking bumps in the road make your car go crazy in this game. I hate it. I can tell this is too loud. Certainly loud in my ear. Okay, this should be good. I hope. Too quiet. Audio mixing sucks. Can't imagine doing this shit for a living. Yeah, hi. He's got the fucking twins with him still. Just fine. Here we go. Bones, baby. Bones, baby. Oh, please. Please, I need these bones before I can continue the story. I need to get these bones. I need to invade the Ingram's home. Please. There's a deer. That's kind of scary. Bone time. Fucking look at this. Hey, this one might actually be... Okay, that did work.
A human bone? This doesn't look
Hey, this is
related
right.
to the case,
This isn't
but
horse music. Get out of
shouldn't
here.
I let someone know?
That ain't horse music. You're right. We do have to use Minecraft. Why isn't this loading? Hold on. Sorry. YouTube's being shitty. There we go. Alright. On the next bone. There's Brian. There's a bone. I think the remaining bones should be close by. Fuck, where am I? Okay. We're gonna step over here just to save. And also to potentially trigger another quest thing, maybe? Fuck, I love this song. Oh, he loves it. Oh my god, did you see that thing just sliding? Let me in here! So if you, like, look at this, it'll trigger a quest, I think? Or he has to be awake for the quest to trigger? I don't know.
Hello.
Was killed? The lumber mill? That's terrible. So sad. He lives in town somewhere. I figure he lives in town somewhere, but something about him feels different. Yeah, he looks like that. It's freaky. Fucking best part of this song. You gotta stop for that part.
My favorite little tree isn't such a little tree anymore. So she sang her song, big and straight, and y'all went in that great big tree.
Let's get more bones! I figure once we do the bone quest and then do the stuff with the Ingrams, we're gonna get right back onto that story. I'm hoping by the 2-hour mark tonight, we will be doing the special thing I have planned. York would be a Pegasus? I can see that. And then, like, George and Emily would be Earth ponies, but Thomas would be a unicorn. Or even a dragon or something. Something fucking cool. Bounce. These look like they would have physics in like a weird shitty game. Oh, I gotta go down. I hate backing up in this game. Fucking sucks. It sucks to back up. I can't even look back properly. I can't look at my mirror that doesn't really work. Or does? Apples! Deer defeated. Here we go. Bones.
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? Well, the gallery closes at 1700, but there's no real reason to hurry. We need to pace ourselves for an investigation like this.
Sternum.
A human bone? This
What?
doesn't look related to the case, but...
Oh, this is so great and powerful, I guess. But it's like a different one. That's interesting. I didn't know there were original ones with lyrics. Hold on. I'm focusing on the ones that just remix the dialogue from the shows. I think we have all the bones now. So hang on. Let's hop back into the game here. Let's take stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have every bone. We no longer need to fear the dog. Let's get our music turned back up. Here we go. Progress is happening. One of the most troublesome side quests is about to be done. Now. Driver? George, my chauffeur? Straight to the Ingram's house, please. You people better let me into your home. You people better let me into your damn home. After all we've been through together? After all the cigarettes I'm smoking outside your house? That I don't even have time to light? I have business with your sons! I'm gonna eat a turkey sandwich. Oh, baby, that's good. I'm gonna have a coffee. We're in it for the long haul tonight. Why don't they let me in? Aren't they all here? They're all here! The entire family is here, and they won't let me come in! I want to hang out! I want to hang out with Kaysen and your children! Keith, please! Keith, I need to break into your closet, and I need to talk to your young children, and I need to see the large man and dog that you are letting into your home. What is he doing? What is he doing? He's leaving. They're having... I guess they just had dinner. This is my chance. He's going into the void. This is my chance. Mr. Kaysen, your dog. I need it to do things. These people, everyone's begging. Everyone wants to see the story continue, but we can't. Because we need you and what you have. What you can take from me. Please. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him before he gets to his fucking car. I'm intercepting. I'm intercepting. I know you're coming outside. Big Red Nursery. Red Turi. You could have just used a T. Dumbass. Take out and put away a cigarette, unload an SG, clip in the door, eat a turkey sandwich, snoop on them through the window, just know this and that. Yes, I'm doing all of this in canon. And do not forget, I have a fucking car that is a copy of her car. Where is he? What's happening? We saw him going through the door. Come on. Did I, like, fuck it up by seeing him? What's going on here? Did he get trapped? Is he loading? Do the NPCs also have to load? Everyone? Wait, no, he's inside still. Now he's leaving. We can actually just watch them eat dinner. Okay, maybe we can't go in because they're eating. So that's something I've never gotten. I've never done whatever side quest gets you that. I just see it in the loading screens all the time. There he is! Kaysen! Kaysen! Come on. Sweet boy, sweet boy, sweet boy. Hey, my dude. What are you doing? Wait, I forget. Doesn't he have a little pet? Oh.
Willie. How are you doing, boy?
They don't expect this to happen on stairs.
Hey, Willie, wait! Where are you going?
You got me, Kaysen. Willie just ran off with some bones I was carrying as evidence.
Bones?
I can't really go into the details, but I need them.
York, that's not good. Willie loves bones. He's a dog. And carrying bones around with him is like, well, like throwing a blonde in a bikini into a boy's locker room.
That's
it's
a
almost
fucked
like you
up
were
weird
asking
thing to
for
say.
trouble. Sorry, but you're just gonna have to forget about your bones. I better run after him now. I'll see you later.
Kaysen, you can't be saying that. That's not
Forget about them.
correct.
If I gave up that easily, then I wouldn't be a good federal agent, would I, Zach? We're going to have to search his house, Zach. Let's get back those precious bones.
You can't be saying that, White Kaysen. Search the house. You drove off? Your dog took my fucking bones and you leave? I'm gonna smoke in front of this family's home. For an hour. Please. Please let me inside. Please let me see your beautiful sons. I need this. They are still eating dinner. I'm gonna smoke on your back porch. Oh no, I'm running out of cigarettes. My cigarette count is getting desperately low. This is bad. You people have to let me come inside and interact with your children. Please. I need this. You're not even eating dinner anymore. Why can't I come in? What have I done? What have I done to you? How have I wronged you? I thought I was great friends with the Ingrams. Possibly even closer to you than Kaysen is. I know you've known Kaysen for years, and you've known me for less than a week, but I thought we really had something special. You were gonna let me steal something from your husband. Come on. Come on now. Anything else going on that I could do? Carol and Thomas are at Galaxy of Terror. I kind of want to go there right now, actually. Nope, don't use that. George, it's time. Take me to the Galaxy of Terror. I want to go see Thomas. And his sister. And the bar. Let's save. Alright, let's back up the save. This save is gonna be... This is gonna be Willie got the bones. Is that the right one? 746? Yep, good. Okay. Just double checking I got my saves right. Alright, well, this is just a little detour for fun. Let's head on into the Galaxy of Terror. And then I don't know. I guess I'll just keep hanging outside the Ingram's house. I'm hoping they let me in. Oh, Thomas has a quest! I'd say he looks more comfortable in this job than as a sheriff's deputy, even though he's still in his uniform here. Get the song.
Hello?
Thomas, you work as a bartender at night? Yes, well, it's my sister's bar. But you can't do everything by yourself. How's business? Not great after, well, you know. But people are bouncing back. They're carrying on with their lives, slowly but surely. But I'm still finding it hard to work at the sheriff's. I feel so sad. Everyone deals with grief differently, that's all. Don't worry about it too much. Well, since I'm here now anyway, how about since I'm here now anyway, how about making a cocktail for me? Of course. I'll make something extra special for you, Agent York. I love this song. Try and forget work for a while and take it easy. Gin and tonic, martini, rye whiskey, exorcist! Pancakes. Oh, he will make me pancakes and pizza and oyster stew and pumpkin muffins and whitefish. The fucking food here is so much fancier than at the diner. I love that, like, because Thomas works here, they got insane food. Give me pancakes. Handmade and fluffy. You ate a lot. Yeah, and give me go ahead and give me that fucking exorcist. I drank my drink down to one. Thank you very much. Alright, what do you got for me, Thomas? I don't think I've ever done this quest.
Thomas, something on your mind?
Actually, Agent York, something has been bothering me recently.
Bothering you? How?
Well, there's this customer who always gives Carol trouble.
Is it affecting business?
He probably doesn't mean to, but, well, yes, to answer your question.
You're an officer of the law. Why don't you just arrest him?
Well, you see, he's not exactly breaking the law. No violence. He hasn't physically attacked her or anything.
I understand, Thomas. If it's bothering you, then I'll take care of it.
What? Aren't you busy with the investigation, Agent York?
That won't be a problem. So tell me about this unwanted customer.
Well, he isn't here right now. He usually comes in after 2100.
I'll take a look in from time to time.
Unwanted customer. So after 2100 we should come over here. Yes, I will beat some guy's ass. Running low on funds. They should see us. Love that song. I know it's probably a gameplay reason, but I still can't believe an alcoholic drink would make you less sleepy. Yeah, alcohol is for waking you up in this game. I forget how you get Thomas's biscuits as an actual item, and not just like a story thing. Let's see, anything else interesting around here? Just the Ingrams. You know what? We're right here. I think we're like next to Panda. Yeah, there's George. Probably heading to the bar. Hey George, so long as you're driving, so long as you're driving, George. Sorry, George, I forgot. I haven't been to the gun store yet. I'll call you later. Maybe they're putting that red powder that that kid was slinging into it. Okay, we gotta go this way. And yep, he's in. Wesley is in. We just gotta take a... Go straight or go right? I hate this map. I keep having to go back and check it again. Okay, go right. We're gonna check the gun store for the first time, I think. And then we'll try to do the Ingrams and investigate Kaysen's car. There's so many side quests I want to do, but once we've done a lot of these, I'll be able to really focus on the story.
Zach, we can take a rest.
Thankfully,
if
most of
you're
the side
tired.
quests are very quick. Also, once we do the story again, we're gonna get a ton of money, because it kind of pays you for all the days that have passed. Well, we'll hang off on checking in with Big Boy over there, because I want to see what we can get here. Yay, we can go into Panda Bear. For the first time. No peeking here, either. Let's check it out. Oh, and he's... Okay, so it's not really showing you every side quest on the map. Look at this shit. Display ranges from brand new guns to antique rifles. Some of these guns are collector's items. The way he moves, his expressions, it's as if he were a machine. Oh! You just put that in his pocket. Is there anything you want? I've come to see what you're selling. You have a really good reputation. Don't trust what you hear out there. Information can be totally controlled in this day and age. I'm well aware of that. But I can smell the difference. It's important in my line of work. Information smells bad when it's fake. And my shop smells okay, doesn't it? Something like that. Wesley, do you take pride in your work? Guns are tools for killing. It isn't a job to brag about. But any job needs pride in it, for it to be done well. That's what I think. A mixture of humility and pride. That's the way to be, alright. Looks like my nose was right, Zach. Here's what I've got. He's got a saber! Yeah, I'll take a I can't afford it. But he does have a side quest.
You've got quite a selection here. No wonder people come from all around.
Compliments do nothing. I strive to meet my ideals. Others may judge my results.
The words of a true craftsman. Your job must be your hobby.
No, I have another hobby.
You do? Aside from work? Tell me then, what is it?
It's nothing special. Since I was a kid, I always liked to collect cards.
Cards? Like trading cards?
That's right.
That reminds me. I got this one after I came to this town.
The fact they talk about them is crazy. Like, yeah, I found these cards. Let's not say what's on them.
This is a precious one. Where did you get it?
I picked it up around here somewhere. I didn't really think much of it.
I see. Then how about a trade?
A trade?
Here's an idea. As a collector, I just love looking at rare cards. I'd love to take a look at the cards you have. I won't take them from you. And I'll give you something, depending on how many you show me.
You'll pay me just to look at my cards. You really must be a card freak, huh?
Understandable. Beginner collector, start.
Will you show me your cards?
Of course.
You must be a huge pervert, man.
You've got more than 8. I've never seen any of them before. I appreciate you
they're
showing
all
them to me.
I know.
Here's a little something, as promised.
Yeah, we got Wesley's card.
If you find any new cards, come show them to me, will you?
Beginner collector. Amateur collector. I wonder if we can already do that.
Wait. Looks like you got a few more cards.
Oh, nice. It
Show
just
them
keeps
to
going.
me.
That's really good.
Looks like you have more than 16 here. That's very impressive. I appreciate you showing them to me. Here's a little something, as promised.
Panda Bear card.
Hold on to it, okay?
Does that give us a discount here?
If you find any new cards, come show them to me, will you?
Amateur collector, another achievement. Normal collector. I think I'm above. Am I even above that now? Let's see. No, not yet. Well, fuck yeah. Can I buy that saber now? It is cheaper, but we still can't afford it. Big discount on that, man. Alright. Let's see. If I go all the way back to the hotel, it doesn't say that Kaysen is there. Where is Kaysen? Where does Kaysen fucking go? He's at Swery 65. He's at Swery 65. Which I think we're like next to. Yes, it's literally just up the road. The direction I'm facing now, go that way. Here we go. Oh my god, car, please. I can see it. It's there. We can get into his car. No, come on. We gotta go. We gotta go while he's there. We're knocking out so much shit right now. Might take a very short bathroom break in a second, but we're gonna keep going. We're gonna go for a bit. I assure y'all, the thing I've been implying is gonna happen tonight is gonna happen. We just might be front-loading it a bit with the side quests.
Zach, I'm glad I don't need a warrant to search a doghouse.
We got the skull. We got the sternum. We got the hip bone. We got the right hand bone. Got the right foot bone. We got the left foot bone.
Looks like we've picked up a little bonus, too.
And what could it be?
We'll have to give Willie something to make up for this another time.
We got the 357 Magnum in the red text because it's infinite ammo, baby. We got an infinite ammo Magnum now. That's a save. So the bones are for another quest, like, that you're told to use them for. That one is like, you just get a bonus item for however many Willie takes from you. But if you have all 7 when Willie takes them from you, you get the infinite ammo Magnum, which might actually be important for some stuff later. Assuming we can get the aiming fixed. This save is Magnum! Alright. Let's take a very quick break here, like real quick. This won't be long at all. I just want to go and use the bathroom and get a little bit of water. Where's my volume mixer? Hope everyone's enjoying the stream again. Sorry, I don't know why I keep apologizing. Like, I guess I just feel like I want to make more story progress. Where's the fucking mixer? Sorry, I can't, like, access my normal... Okay, no, here we go. Open volume mixer, there we go. Daily premonition. Mute. Regular music. Activate. Yeah, I want to get some story progress done because I got a thing I want to do. You like side quests? You like spending time in Greenvale? That's good. I mean, I'm glad everyone's enjoying that. A part of me is just always like, are they annoyed that I'm not advancing the story? Because we can't do our special thing till I do the next story beat. But you know, this is all stuff that we do it now. We don't have to do it later, and it's fun. It is fun. I personally worry like, oh, do people just want to see the main story? So that's makes me very happy to hear. Good. I'm gonna be right back. Just gonna grab water and use the bathroom. Maybe stretch a little bit. Don't go anywhere because we're gonna be right back to knock out just a couple more little side quests that should go very quickly, and then we're gonna continue the story, and then we got something special later tonight. I'll be right back.
愛と自由のメカニック壊せ壊せ平和を壊せコンピューターに悪魔は宿る絶望をもたらすオペレーション闇と破滅のメカニック歴史をつなぐのかピリオド打つのかタイムリミットタイムリミットタイムリミットは近いタイムリミットタイムリミットタイムリミットは近いタイムリミットは近い
For the past we deliver to the future land. For the growing world of tomorrow we strive. Passing through the matrix of data, driving into the cyber dive. Even when you are lost in the darkness, you must believe in tomorrow it will come. Just like angels with burning hearts will face the risk of our lives. Vision displayed on the monitors. Can you see the moon and a star on the sun? Couldn't be in your imagination. Started an adventure for future. We are all hoping for. Setting a new need us to the new universe. To the brightest sky we dive. Wings we have a shining white. Our cool marine color sky. Fly high with praise and pride. We're gonna make it right. Dreamers people we're powered by. Running at the speed of light. Just do it, just fighting Ranger. Don't you feel like you just lost your way? We're always watching over you. Dreams are kept in a secret place, great and rocking with love. Sometime a piece of our dream could fall off. Drink it down, we can make everything right. Just like angels with burning hearts, we're faster risk of our lives. Melody from the distance, can you hear it? Like the song of angel with a tear in her eyes, with an affection of guardian. Started an adventure for a future. We are all hoping for. Started a new need us to the new universe. Shining through the starry night. We'll always stay by your side. Nights under a soft moonlight. Fly the river, or we must ride. Keep these superpowers alive. Just do it, just Bunny Rangers. Come on. To the brightest sky we dive. Wings we have a shining white. Cool and marine color sky. Fly high. We raise and bright. We're gonna make it alright. Rainbow people we're powered by. Running at the speed of light. Just do it, just Bunny Rangers.
I am back. Hope everyone's still doing well. Still a lot of people here watching. I'm glad people are having a lot of fun with the Deadly Premonition stuff. And let's get right back into it. Why wait? I forgot that like Twitch follow goal is cut off. I don't know why. I don't know why that's happening. Here we go. So, we just did the bones thing. We got our cool magnum. Oh, I'm just curious. I guess we've almost got half the cards. Let's see. You know, as long as we're here, let's poke our head in. See how everybody's doing in the bar. And then we'll head over to the Ingrams. Oh, there's Sally's here. Can I talk to you today? Sure, if it's just a little. You didn't come to the town meeting. That's right. I would have been far too nervous. I've never seen this. I'm a little unstable nowadays. That's totally understandable, considering your situation. You don't have to force yourself to do anything. Just hang in there. Thank you. But I want to help you, for Anna's sake. Let me ask you one question. Did you notice Anna going to dangerous places or associating with the wrong crowd? Why is he doing that while he says this? What do you mean? The murder happened at night, so I was wondering if there was a side to Anna that most people didn't know about. A side like that to my baby? Never! Are you trying to insult me? No insult intended. I've seen this often before. Children can fall in with the wrong people, away from their parents' eyes. No, not my baby. That could never happen. There are no bad people in this town either. Not my baby. Not my Anna. Sally, are you okay? Of course not! My baby! My dear baby! Sally, I was only asking you a question. Please, calm down. Shut the hell up, you pig! My baby's in danger! I don't have time for you! My baby, Anna! My sweet baby! Someone, protect Anna! Protect my baby! Zach, we're not going to get anything more out of her now. We did learn one thing. She knew very little about her daughter. Hey, York, that's kind of fucked up. No. Anna, she isn't coming home again, is she? Kason? He's the huffin' and puffin' type of guy, but looks friendly enough.
Hey, York.
I've flown all over the U.S. with my tree saplings. Probably got enough frequent flyer miles to fly around the world. Casey, you know that guy with the famous chicken franchise? Of course. The guy in the white suit, right? Since starting that franchise, guess how much he's traveled? More than 10 times around the world. Guess he's got more miles than you. Oh, I guess so. Unless you use them up, of course. Willie! Quint? Yeah, put that mop in your pocket.
Yeah?
You want a drink? Work hard here, don't you, Quint? Of course, man. It's my dad's place. Someday I'm going to be the top-notch bartender here. It's nice to see you're helping your father out. Well then, you can help raise my takings. Got a couple special cocktails I'm really proud of. Also, my dad may have mentioned this, but we have different menus. Well, the money ends up at the same place, though. Just order from whoever you like. Sally seems calm. Sally seems calmed down when she's here, but I'm worried because she's drinking too much. It all goes on her tab. It's no business of yours. But you help out those who need help, right? She's close to my dad, too. Zach, people of this town seem to be bonded strongly together. I wonder, how does one achieve this heartwarming lifestyle? That's a tougher question than any murder case. $18. His dad is swearing?
Yeah?
Here's what we've got. So he's got gimlet, dry martini, brandy sour, matador, coleslaw, barbecue salmon. That sounds really good. Buffalo wings, fried zucchini. We don't need anything right. Take it easy, man. His dad is Richard Dunn, like the Tim and Eric character.
Hey!
Want a drink? How's the case going? I see. Confidentiality and all that. Yeah, something like that. Come to think of it, you're an FBI agent. I better watch myself, because you might drag me in, eh? Don't worry about that. I make no sudden arrests unless provided with an immediate and overwhelming reason to. But saying things like that is all just part of your act. Richard. I was kidding. Don't be so uptight. Tell me, how's Sally? It's going to take a while for her to get better, I think. Could you let me know when she's feeling better? I'd like to talk to her some more. Sure, no problem. Just don't go and traumatize her and make her really more upset. But even catching the killers is guaranteed to improve her condition. Be a good place to start, though. I know. I was thinking the same thing. There's a lot of stuff I've never seen, because I never really, like, walked around and talked to people like this. Just checking in, you know? The fast travel makes it a lot easier. It's nice to just talk to them again. Like, we've never talked to Quint in the bar. Until now. We have to talk. I'm gonna talk to Casey one more time. I hope he doesn't say something fucked up, but...
Hey, York!
Well, I just need to keep traveling and catch up the other 9 times. You'll see. Let's see. So I guess all that's left for tonight is invade the Ingrams again. George, come here and use my car to drive me there. Come drive me and pull my car to the Ingrams' house. Now. What if we can see Emily? I wonder if she'll let us into her house. Damn it. Is she home? She lives like... Where does she live again? Over there. Across from the milk farm. Let's see if we can visit Emily. And if not, I don't know what we'll do. We'll just keep smoking outside of the Ingram's house. Because that's really all that's left, other than... Wait, no! No! It's just after 2100. No, we have something we can do. I forgot. I didn't really realize what time it was. Take me to, Galaxy of Terror immediately. That's right, George. Drive me to both of these bars. Twice. We'll check in on Emily after this. Let's see if we can find that customer that was fucking around over here. What a productive day this is. Didn't he say just after 2100? Unwanted customer. Comes to the bar after 2100. Yeah, we're here.
Hello?
Love watching the customers smile as I take their orders. That's great, Thomas. They like go in the back or something? What are we doing here? Maybe we need to come back on another day. Maybe like you can't do it the same day you get it. Who knows? Let's see. So if we're here, Emily's house is... What's the quickest way to Emily's house? I think go to the milk barn and then drive straight. Yeah. George! George! Please! Please, George! George, take me to the milk barn. I know it's closed. I'm using it to go to Emily's house, because I can't get you to drive me there yet. For all I know, we, like, can't do this until further in the story. Sorry, that was probably loud. I was looking at my phone during the loading screen. Put it on my desk. Okay, straight this way, I think. He doesn't do a little honk animation, that's a shame. I thought ghosts were getting me. I forgot about headlights. Emily's here. Why is that labeled as, like, my house? Oh, we can't...
Zach, is there something here that you want to check out? Well, the gallery closes at 1700. But there's no real reason to hurry. We need to pace ourselves for an investigation.
We're gonna smoke a cigarette outside of Emily's house. We also need to buy more later. Okay, we can't go into Emily's house. If we can only go in when it's raining, I know that affects some stuff, but the Ingrams we should be able to visit whenever, right? Shouldn't they let us in just whenever? I don't really know, and I don't want to, like, look up stuff and just see spoilers. Come on. Let me into your home. I've got one more cigarette to use. Please, I'm gonna run out of cigarettes. You can't do this to me! You have to let me into your home! Are you asleep? You're just sitting in your rooms. You're talking. Maybe it's not going so well. So much is happening. Oh, hey, it's raining now. And yet you still won't let me in. What if we can go to Emily's house now? George? Back to the milk barn, buddy. That's right, back and forth. I don't care what time it is. I've got things I want to do, and you're going to get me to them. Thank God we have this. Holy shit. I think I've played this game multiple times without fast travel, and it really, like, as much as the driving is part of it, not when you're just trying to, like, figure out character schedules and hop around, you know? God damn, it's really coming down. It's like every day in this town. Closed. Gas station's still open. Hold on. I know that. Can we? Where is Galaxy of Terror? Why is it just not appearing right now? Book Mountain Bank. That's not a place. Huh. I've never noticed that's like listed on the map as if, like, was that supposed to be a place at some point, but they never did anything with it? Oh hey, yeah, this is the apartment building where everybody lives. How have we not, like, been over there? What was I gonna check? Well, everyone's still at Galaxy of Terror. My last idea here is we might just have to go to bed in a little bit here, but I've got one more idea in the chamber. Take me back to the Ingrams, and if they don't let me in, I will just accept it and we'll try another day. I want to see what the fucking twins have for a quest, though. I don't know why they're so hard to get to. Yeah, no. Okay, in that case... I didn't mean to smoke. 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 Oh. Well, this is the other thing I wanted to show. Welcome to Midnight in Greenvale, everybody. Welcome to Midnight in Greenvale. Are you guys still awake in there? Can't peek. I guess we better get home. That's the quickest way to the hotel. Okay, it's very close. No one seems to be on the map anymore. Let's just go for a normal drive. Yep! 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 There it is. There it is. There it is. Maybe one of the only actually scary things in the game.
Zach, if you notice anything, just
yeah, I noticed
stop
something. Oh, fuck. They're gonna break my car. I gotta get out. Come on. I'm not scared of you. That's a lot of damage. Well, not too much damage. Hi, Grief. Welcome to midnight in this town. We're just trying to get home. Hello, Ed. We could go down there and sleep. I think we should go to the deer yard. I think we should go all the way home. Get a real rest.
So, where shall we go next?
Home. So yeah, if you're out after midnight in this game, the sky turns red, and you start getting attacked by giant teleporting, like, zombie dogs who fucking, like, do fucking Alucard backsteps at you, and it's the only actually scary thing in the entire game. It's crazy. And also, no one is around. No other characters can be interacted with. That's fine. That's fine. I wanted to show that off at least once. What a fucking day. Let's have moderate sleep. Very hungry. Look at that beard. It's really coming in. Yeah, we'll get some food. First things first, let's get a save. After that crazy night. Let's get some coffee fortune telling. Relax, get a breath of fresh air. Lucky color white. Hey, we got this one!
White, is it? The hair of one of my coworkers turned completely white overnight due to stress once. Relaxing might be a
That's
good
also
idea.
probably a Twin Peaks reference, because that happens to a character. Their hair just turns white. Calling if you'll never guess what I saw last night, and they're like, yeah, that's great, here's $18. Don't eat and drink too much. Lucky color, pink.
My liver is a healthy pink. I wonder if drinking too much coffee would upset it. Drinking coffee is part of the investigation, after all.
What a fun little thing. Alright, let's see if we can get some cigarettes from Polly. Oh, it's so late that fucking nobody is up. We should, like, sleep for an hour or something. Maybe also see if we have cigarettes in storage. Didn't think we'd actually run out. Are there any weapons I could put away? Honestly, we don't need this. The box is full. Okay, we're fine. Any cigarettes? No cigarettes. I guess just go sleep for 3 more hours. So that things are actually open. Alright, let's get food. Get some food in the sky. How about a big old... Oh, no, you know what? Let's have that brown bullhead catfish. Just eat it right in my room, chase it down with a smallmouth bass. Perfect. A perfect meal. Perfectly balanced. Now let's see what we can do. Paul... Where the fuck is Polly? It's like 9 a.m. Shouldn't she be up and at 'em? We do have meal. You know what? Oh, shit, I should have just gone to... You know, we'll do it anyway. It'll probably be a generic one, but we haven't seen those either, so... Take me to the sheriff's department. Let's see Thomas and get some lunch. Give me that lunch. Thomas, where are you? I can just check it out. Thomas is... Why is this so zoomed in? First door on my left. Thomas.
Hello?
York, I've got a new recipe. Would you like to try it for lunch? Yes, please. I'll have it ready for you in a jiffy.
Yeah, that was really funny.
Yeah.
Oh, no, really? No.
Is that what the generic ones are like? I don't think I've ever seen the generic ones. That's so funny. That's really funny. Oh. Okay. We gotta get this right. So, first up, let's see. If we go over here, this is the direction of the milk barn and everything, right? The Ingrams are not home. The milk barn, though, everybody is there. Sigourney's roaming around. Hold on. If I look up at... Where is it? Jim, where's Jim's house? The Forest Keeper's cabin. Okay. First up, let's go to the milk barn and see if we can buy something from Lily, including cigarettes. Ron wriggling just like York's hero Gollum. Great sentence. Now, if we're lucky, we're about to be able to buy the best suit in the game. My favorite one. Hey, everybody's shopping.
Hey!
Hey, York. How about leaving me alone and catching the killer, eh? Oh.
Hey, York.
So the husband comes back home after 2 weeks on the road, and it's Christmas Eve. He's been lonely, so before long, he and the missus get down to a little lovin'. Well, it was gonna be passionate, right? It's been 2 weeks, and this is the most holy of holy nights. Anyway, their cries of celebration ring throughout the neighborhood. Doesn't go down well with their next-door neighbors. The neighbor storms over to their house with a shotgun in hand. He's banging on the door, and then he shouts, "Don't you get enough of that night after night after night?" That voice clip was insane. Hey, York, I didn't think I'd bump into you here. What are you doing? Just chatting. Why don't you join us?
Hey, bro!
You look a little down, man. This thing cheer you up. Oh no, he's doing it again. He's doing it again. We were almost trapped in his world. Where's Lily? Said she's here. She better not have, like, just left. What? It said she was here! Didn't it? Am I crazy? Keith, sell me cigarettes.
Hey, bro!
Thank you. Oh my god, they're so expensive. We gotta really spare these. Alright, I don't know where the hell Lily is. Cason's in here telling weird sex stories to Keith while he snaps his fingers. I guess that is friendship of boys. Where's Lily? Is she... Okay, she's gone somewhere. Alright, next thing we're gonna check before we just head to the story thing. We're gonna go up to... where is it? Well, you know what? Let's check Lysander's junkyard. I want to see if he's got a quest. I've noticed some characters have quests that aren't showing on the map, so I want to just poke my head in and see if maybe there's something here. Just in case. No, I don't think so. Nope. Okay. Then we're heading up to the park to see if we can talk to the Ingram. And if that doesn't work, then we're just gonna drive to the gallery and continue the story finally. I am wondering, like, is that Ingram's thing gonna be something really cool, or, you know... I hope I'm missing something super cool by just speeding on ahead. But, you know, we can't spend hours and hours trying to do a side quest that might be nothing, you know? Jim, please let me interact with your boys. I can see them in there! Why is this game keeping me from them? Probably shouldn't try to get in here. Why? Why shouldn't I? I'm gonna smoke a cigarette in this house. I'm about to look up Isaac and Isaiah's schedule and see what the hell's going on. Oh?
Looks like we came at a bad time. Let's get out of here.
A little sassy wave. I guess the house is closing up? Maybe we'll be able to catch them outside? I hope. What? What's happening? Says they're all in there. Why can't I go in? Please let me talk to your weird twins. They have a quest for me. This is so strange. I won't talk to anyone right now. Okay, I'm looking up Isaac and Isaiah's schedule. I don't know what's going on here. Hang on. Okay, apparently we need to catch them at 10 o'clock. Like 10 in the morning, they will go for a walk. That is apparently the trick here. So we will ignore them for now. And that being the case, you know, unless we bump into them some other way, we're leaving them alone. We know Kaysen comes and gets the... Crashed again. Whatever. Did I save after getting cigarettes? I don't remember when my last save was now. It was probably in the place. We are fucking broke.
Previously during the investigation. F.
Oh, it was right here after we ate. So what time is it? It's... okay. So I guess eating lunch does move time forward. Okay. We need to go immediately to... We're gonna go over to the, Milk Barn just for cigarettes, and then we're gonna continue the story, I think. That is the plan here. And then, really soon, within the next hour, I believe, some special. So, real quick, Milk Barn. Shoot me over there, please. Fucking My Sweet Home at the top. Why are they all in, like, brackets, too? It's so strange. Just that video game thing of, like, this is a thing in the game. Okay, is Lily in here, like, at first? Am I maybe just missing her, or...? No. Well, hey, give me my money. Give me my money, Kaysen.
Hey, York.
Give me my money from your sex story. Fucking insane audio clips there.
Hey, bro!
Give me cigarettes! Alright. We are going to continue the story now. Enough screwing around. Unless Lily is at home. I'm gonna check and see if Lily is at home. If she's at home, I'm going in there. Freak Kaysen, FK. I don't get that, like, joke story he told. Like, is the joke just, he said they were having sex, but they were having sex for 2 weeks straight? It's very strange. No one is at Keith's house. Okay, hey, guess what, everybody? It's story time. Let me hop in my cloned car and let's head to the gallery. Hopefully those side quests we've left hanging we'll be able to pick back up later. Oh, I see. I get it. I get it. I missed that part. Yeah, it's been 2 weeks since the husband's been home. Yeah, I see.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
Going the right way. I don't think I am. I think I might want to turn around and go... Yeah, I want to go back this way. Dirty jokes are rarely actually funny? Yeah. We want to take a turn at Sweary 65. Wow, my car's about to explode. I hope it doesn't. Beautiful music, beautiful scenery as it pops in. Honestly, the distant horizon does look kind of nice. Alright. We've done enough messing around. I cannot believe we did that for almost 3 hours. I cannot believe we were just running around town for almost 3 hours. Holy shit. I might have to make tonight go an hour or so extra to fit in the stuff I want to do. But I don't remember exactly what's going to happen here. Up the gallery.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
Fucking sperm bomb. Here we go. New location, new character. Uses gallery. My blue suit.
Emily. Mr. FBI agent made it here all by himself.
What took him 2 days?
George, Emily, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm going to talk to Diane alone. You two just wait out here.
Oh, I should look that up later, Mozzie.
What the hell are you saying?
I know, it's very rude of me. I know. But also very important. I always make sure that I meet with the important ones, one-on-one. Otherwise, it's difficult to sense the subtle reactions of the suspect. This is just how I do things, and I'd appreciate your understanding.
But go on, then. You're not going to listen to us anyway, are you?
You're starting to understand me, George. Well then, Zach, let's go and meet Lady Diane.
Does Emily not have a gun? There's nothing in her holster. Oh yeah, I forgot this place looks pretty cool. There's also
Hello? Hello? No reply. Let's take a look around then, Zach.
Let's have the camera start in the worst possible spot. Oh. It's Olivia.
Hello, Olivia. Do you like art?
Yes. Yes, I do. Well, I mean, I like trees.
Trees. Okay. Ah, but I see because these are all tree paintings. Do you come here often then?
Oh, well, no. Just sometimes. I'm sorry, I really need to get back to the diner.
Zach, she was lying about something. She said trees, not paintings of trees. She doesn't need to come here to see trees. There's tons of trees outside.
Trees at twilight. Beautiful painting of 6 trees bathed in a sunset glow. A. Tree at sunset. B. Red leaves. C. Dancing red butterflies. Pass to the office. Number of red trees from the special exhibit room. Olivia must have dropped this note, Zach. Can you make any sense out of this? Key to the gallery. Trees at twilight. 6 trees. Here we go. It's time to do puzzle stuff. And it's time to save. This is information backwards. Alright, let me make a backup here. Now that we were at the God, it feels so quiet whenever I'm doing this. I don't like it. We are in the gallery. So 6 trees at twilight. It's at least 5 meters tall. Pretty big for an objet d'art. Pointy branches, razor sharp leaves. Good taste on the curator's part, greeting us with such a cool and sharp setup, right, Zach? I got a little cat snoring behind me. Get on in here. Why do I feel like I remember this place taking a really long time or something? Or being annoying in some way. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? What a weird area to have. Painting used to be displayed here. The title plate reads Red Butterflies Frolicking. The painting itself is nowhere to be seen. Autumn Leaves, a beautiful painting depicting 4 trees in the reddish splendor. So we've got 6 and 4. This art gallery seems kind of not great. Nothing? Is that breakable? Would love to shoot it if my aiming wasn't becoming increasingly restricted. I guess I can break these. So I think the regular Magnum you can get has more ammo in it, but, you know, not infinite, so... Better to have infinite. Oh my god, yeah, I think I remember why this is annoying. There's like this whole setup here, but it just highlights the one you need. They got these automatic sliding storage things for the paintings. I think some of them have items in them. We could check. This room looks so scary and weird. Smoked salmon! Fuck yes, I'll take some basement smoked salmon that they're storing with the paintings. Alright, I'm not gonna check all these. Great, thanks, camera. Red Butterflies Frolicking. A large tree and red butterflies. It almost looks as if it's burning. So we got 6, 4, and 1. So if I look at our notes... Tree at sunset. I think that's 6, 4, and 1. Like the order I found them in, even. I forget how you actually input this, but this might be the most normal survival horror type puzzle in the game. Because it actually involves looking at clues to get a code. But for all I know, just looking does it. It's locked. With a little funny circle. Need to unlock this to enter the office. Password is a 3-digit number. Oh yeah, this is like the only time you ever do this in the game. I'm struggling to remember any other time you actually use a keypad like that. Let's bust on in.
Like I said, there's no point in you having this. I can put it to far better use. I'm taking it with me, okay?
That's fine by me then, as you wish.
Carol. I think. I keep
The
forgetting-
FBI agent, right?
That face!
Just wait a moment, please. I'll be right with you.
Forgot about that. I forget her name, but Thomas's sister. I think it's Carol. Carol McLean.
So there's no way you could have been at the scene of the crime.
That's right. I was drinking at the bar with Nick
The
until
sound
early
is
morning.
the sound mixing is always off, Mozzie.
I'm sure
We
if you
probably
ask
should.
him about it, he'll say the same.
Here she is, Diane Ames, the art gallery owner. The last character we haven't met, I think.
Very well. I'll be sure to do that. One other thing. That argument with Carol just now.
She's always like that. She thinks of me as an enemy, always bickering at what I say.
Is there any reason for that?
Perhaps because someone she liked ended up with me in my bed?
That would explain it, yes. If I may be so bold, who was the lucky man?
Oh, I sleep with anyone I wish. Anyone I prefer to sleep with. I guess she had her eye on one of them, but I don't know who it was exactly. I could sleep with you, if you like.
I'm flattered by your offer, but I don't think that would be appropriate. You're exactly the kind of woman a man in my job should never get involved with.
Isn't that a
But
shame?
also you're doing an investigation. Yeah, we were doing side quests for a while, but now we're finally back on the story.
I'll be frank. Right now, you are not a suspect. But both Zach and I are certainly feeling shaky about you. If you want to remain in the clear, just watch yourself from now on.
Oh, you don't know, do you?
He doesn't know.
Artists and art lovers, we love a good thrill.
Thank you for your help. I have nothing further to ask you at the moment. Goodbye.
Yeah, point at that dog. That's another chapter down. Oh shit, y'all! I think it's about to be time. Time to get paid as well. Look at that, $4,500 unpaid salary. You only get it when you move the story ahead and clear a chapter. I should have backed that up right immediately, but I'll do it after whatever happens here.
I had a chat with Diane. She said she was at the bar drinking with Nick at the time of the murder. We need to confirm her story. Let's talk to Nick at the diner.
Very well, Agent Morgan. I have to head back to the department and clear up some paperwork. Go with Emily to the A&G diner.
Okay, then.
Great delivery.
I'll show you
on
the
that.
way. The diner's open from 9 to 2100.
Just as we suspected, Zach. Diane is the key to this case. I have a feeling she will lead us right to the criminal.
Oh.
That's Kaysen. Looks like the show has just begun, and it has an all-star cast.
Interesting. Very interesting. I hope everyone is ready. I'm gonna ping the Discord. I'm gonna ping the Discord. We got some specials about to happen. I'm not quite doing the thing just yet, but I'm pinging the Discord because it is time for something special, I believe. I'm gonna retweet the thing. Oh my god, I completely fucked up. I'm gonna retweet the thing as well. I've made sure to make an effort to look up when something in particular happens in this game, and I think it's about time now. All right. She's quite pretty. Yeah. Let's get to the diner. We need to talk with Nick and Olivia ASAP. Let's go. The fucking windshield! I can't believe that.
Emily, do you know a man named Forrest Kaysen?
Kaysen? Yes, I know him. The sapling salesman, right? He always uses strange comparisons when he talks.
I'd like to know more about him. What does he do when he comes to town?
He's a salesman, so I guess he sells things? Maybe he comes on vacation. We haven't seen many tourists recently, but he comes pretty often.
Is that all?
Well, now that you mention it, he seems quite friendly with the Ingrams, with Isaac and Isaiah. Maybe you should ask them about Kaysen.
Okay, I will.
Comes pretty often. Driving our sperm mom car with our coworker, heading to the diner. Oh, this car's gonna fucking explode. We gotta hurry. Hi, Melody. I think I might have too many things in my Nightbot. It might be going off too much.
Emily, don't you find it a bit suffocating to be around George so much?
Well, we aren't always together. And anyway, I've gotten used to him.
Impressive. Women are very adaptable.
No, it's not like that, actually. I mean, George is hard-headed,
Also, it's a wild thing
sure,
to say,
but
York.
he's also a hard-working man. That's why the townsfolk trust him so much.
The very epitome of the rural sheriff.
That's right. He isn't some hotshot FBI agent. This place isn't like the city. Everyone knows everyone else.
What about you and Anna? Were you two close?
No, not close, really. I don't seem to have much in common with teenagers nowadays. All they talk about are boys, clothes, and accessories. I don't have much interest in any of those things.
There is a gap between a teenager and being in your 20s.
Everyone's
she's only in her
different, that's
20s.
all. Me and
I'm
you,
older
too.
than, like, all
Zach,
these
I'm
characters.
not liking the way this conversation is heading. Let's concentrate on driving instead.
What? I missed whatever the last thing even was. Like, I don't like where this is going. Although York has to be like in his well, no, he was alive in the 80s, but he hasn't said how young he was in the 80s. I don't know. I don't know how old York is supposed to be. I would assume he's in his 30s. I think Emily's like 27 or 28. So I'm not actually much older than all these characters. And George is definitely like hard, like in his 30s, possibly even like 40 or something. Doing good? Enjoying my giant chair? Are you like lined up properly with it? Do you want to know the ages? I do. I am curious. Oh my god, this car. We're gonna make it. York is 33, Emily's 26, George is 42. Okay, that all feels right. That all feels right. And I guess since this game is set in the, like, in like 2007 or something, it's, you know, George would have, or not George, York would have lived through a bit of the 80s since he kind of talks about it. Like, oh, I love those movies back then. But he also would have been like, kind of a little kid. Anyway. Yeah, it's fucked up that I'm older than Emily now. When I played this, I was like,
Let's just focus on getting to the diner and cut the chit-chat.
hey, perfect timing. Perfect timing. Thomas is 28? Thomas feels like he should be like 35. A&G Diner. Back again. Here we go.
The A&G Diner. Wonder what the A and G stand for. Any ideas, Emily?
Nope, I don't know either.
Air and gravity, perhaps? Access and games?
I get it, because they're the
Aliens and
ones.
Godzilla? Who knows?
Is it important to know? I mean, why don't you just ask Nick?
Oh, I will. But first, I need to eat. Wonder what's good here.
You know what is good here? What could be good here? I wonder. I want Thomas's biscuit. I want his, like, grandma soup potion.
Welcome, Mr. Agent.
Hi, Olivia. Let me have your special for today.
Acid
And
gas.
some fresh coffee.
Our special today is turkey. A turkey and gravy sandwich. Sound good?
Perfect. Emily, you eat something too. It'll be on the FBI.
Okay then, I'll go all out. I'll have the T-bone steak. I usually can't order it because it's a little too expensive.
Here come these
Mrs.
perverts.
Olivia Cormack, I am here for Mr. Stewart's lunch. If it is ready, I'd thank you a bunch.
He hated that. He hated
Yes,
saying
of course. Just a moment. Here you go. The usual. 1 turkey, strawberry jam, and cereal sandwich.
Sounds like the sinner's sandwich.
that. Thank God I didn't get that glitch, Monty.
Self-inflicted punishment to atone for past sins.
What are you talking
He's setting an
about?
example.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, you should try this wonderful lunch. It's more than a delicious, tasty crunch. So says Mr. Stewart.
No, that's fine. I've just ordered my own lunch.
He's hearing it from the crowd. He's hearing it from the crowd.
Mr. Francis York Morgan, I, that is, Mr. Stewart's order is delicious, I should mention. And Mr. Nick Cormack is a genius for creating this perfection. So says Mr. Stewart.
Still, I have a hunch I might not like it. You sure that sandwich is that good?
Mr. Francis York Morgan, making decisions based on intuitions is always a sign of bad FBI agents. So
That
says
didn't even
Mr.
rhyme.
Stewart.
You didn't even do it.
Harry, you're right. I'll give it a try.
He really is just reciting Scorpio poems. That's what I'm saying. There it is. Look at that. Okay. I've analyzed.
I can't believe it. This
Why
is
does I forgot American Idiot plays here?
Really good. Olivia, I'm sorry, but can I change my order? I'll have what Harry is having.
One of the best scenes in the damn game. Like, it's completely missable. Okay,
Nick
I
and
think-
Diane. They hardly make the perfect couple, do they? Is it widely known that they go drinking together, just the two of them?
To be honest, I don't pay attention to these things.
Not into local gossip?
Well, when I moved here, I was still in high school, and I kept wearing the same wild clothes from my school in Seattle. I was young back then. And before I knew it, there were rumors all over the school. She'll screw anyone. That's what they said. Totally unfounded, of course. Anyway, after that, I just sort of chose not to really trust gossip.
I get where you're coming from. I used to dress like a hardcore punk rocker when I was in high school.
You? A punk rocker?
Nobody took my side, even when I had good grades. People rejected me just because of what I wore.
What the fuck's happening to his neck? Look at his neck! Look at his neck!
Even still, I just don't see you as a punk rocker.
And you laugh? Look at you. No makeup on, dressed in uniform, eating a steak for lunch. Okay, back to work. Let's talk to Nick.
Alright. Well, let's save after that big cutscene. Let's save because, you know, Chad, I've been really hungry this whole stream. I've been really hungry the whole stream. I haven't had dinner yet. I think we need to go on BRB for a minute. I think we need to take a little BRB here. We need to step away. Because something... It's time. It's time for it. I will be right back. Chat, no one go anywhere. I have been planning this for weeks. When I return in just a few minutes, you will see the dinner that I am putting together. I will repent. Don't go anywhere. Oh fuck, Grief, you missed like one of the best scenes in the game. You missed the whole setup for what's about to happen here. Someone find a spoiler-free video of the scene we just watched. I'll be right back. We're almost done. Loud! My work is almost complete. My work is almost complete, and soon you will see.
Welcome. This is the Aqua Room, where fishermen come.
Fuck, why is everything happening right now? Thank you for the raid, your dad the squid. I'm running back and forth from my computer in the kitchen. Something is happening. You're just in time. Thank you for the raid. What were you playing? Board of bread? I'm doing stuff with bread right now. I hope that went well. I will be back for real in just a moment. Thank you so much for the raid. Stick around if you want to see me eat a sandwich from a game.
What's holding me back now? Give my knapsack and pat now. kid gets busy. Ain't nobody can hold me down. Too much of anything can destroy the time you graduate. Can't see the principle high as a man. I chose to be me who I am. Fighting battle against my shadow. I gotta get it back. It's time I get it back. I wanna bring it back to the good old days.
Judy, I'm not fucking toasting it. The sandwich isn't fucking toasted. I'm trying to make it lore accurate. That's why it's taking me a minute. It's almost done. Everyone in chat, assassins, attack JD! Now! almost ready. Like 1 more minute. Less than that. Chat. This can leave the screen. This can leave the screen. This can stop. We need something different. This music isn't what we need now. This isn't what we need now. Please allow me 1 moment to get our area set. To get some eating music. Get my phone out of here. That doesn't need to be here. Because it's time. Fuck. Get the cable in that. Hang on. I gotta use studio mode for a second. I gotta use studio mode for 1 second and check something. Make sure I've got this properly aligned. Here we go. Chat. Get this off the screen. Get all this off the screen. All this extra shit. I give you so many people. So many people will make the center sandwich. But they do a bunch of bullshit. They do a bunch of nonsense. My camera's at such a bad angle. They do all this nonsense to it. They don't make it accurate. They don't make what it looks like in the fucking game. The presentation. No one does this. No one puts the jelly on top with the cereal. People will be like, oh, you know, I take a sandwich and I spread jam in it and I put Chex Mix in there. If you do that, fuck you. Fuck you. You need... The sandwich does not even have the jelly in it in the game. It is on top. Splattered all over it with the cereal, greens, turkey. Let me tweak this angle just slightly. There you go. That's slightly better. And of course, I'm drinking it with a fine cup of coffee from the A&G diner. Of course. What else would you have with it? You might be wondering, is there cheese on the sandwich? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if there's cheese on the sandwich, which is why, of course, as a backup, I use the second half to make an alternate center sandwich. More of a bullshit one, like the others who have attempted to have made, with cheese and the jelly and cereal spread within it. But that's for after. That's for after the true meal. You're right, I don't have 7 cigarettes. I don't. And that's my fault. But now we need to focus. I need to take a bite. I need to see, how the fuck does this thing taste? I have not had a sandwich such as this in, like years. I mean, I have attempted, like many people who play this game, I have made the center sandwich. But did I make it this accurately? No. I have worked hard. I have picked my ingredients carefully to try to make it as accurate as possible. And I still don't think I got close enough. I think the other half of the bread was a little better, but this, I'm gonna eat it. It's time for a sandwich's meal. Here we go, first bite. It's good, it's messy though. Doesn't have mayo. Excellent question, JD. You're timed out for 10 minutes. do I undo that? There we go. Of course there's no fucking mayo on it! What do you think I am? Fucking mayonnaise on a sandwich. Gotta be perfect shit. What the hell? What kind of sandwiches have mayo? A good one.
You've been coughing up blood, right?
A self-inflicted punishment to atone for your past sins.
Let me have a sip for my official A&G Diner mug. How is it dry? It's got fucking jelly on it! The wettest sandwich I've eaten in my life! It's wet and sticky. It can be both. Also, I got the fruit spread that has less sugar in it and seems to be a more proper consistency. Also, worth mentioning, it's so insane that York hears about the strawberry jam sandwiches, like, he goes on that whole fucking tangent about, like, it must be to atone for sins, and then like, Harry or whatever's just like, no, it just tastes good, you fucking dumbass. Were you stupid? It's messy, it's sloppy, but, you know. I considered making this on camera, but as soon as I got in there and started working on it and all the shit I was doing, that wouldn't have worked. I needed too much space to get everything right. The garnish, I did it all right. I should have taken a fucking picture. I just realized. People have also connected it to cranberry sauce, which I'm not crazy about, but you know. Last bit. So this was the proper sinner sandwich.
The sinner's SUB witch.
White Table, thank you! No, I need more. Give me the song yet, I'm still eating. We don't need this. Yeah! Jelly baby needs jelly! How's the coffee? Fine. It's just decaf. It's regular. Can't believe I didn't take a fucking picture of this with the cup. Groot, that was not Silent Hill 2 music. That was still Deadly Premonition music. So that was good. That was as accurate, just going off of what they say and what it looks like. That was a good sandwich. I liked that. It was very messy. Like I said, you look up Sinner Sandwich, you find 100 recipes for people just like slopping jelly and like Chex or whatever cereal they like onto something. And I guess that's fine, but that's not what they served in the A&G. That's not what Harry said, you know? Why does that look like a dick? Get that off screen. What the fuck? Why'd the jelly do that? Fucking Bon Maman trying to get me banned off Twitch. Get out of here. Toss you to the side. And now, time to try the modified Sinner Sandwich. One that I made with the jelly in it, as most people do when trying to recreate this. However, I also put cheese in here. There is Swiss cheese in this, because I feel it's safe to assume that there would be cheese in the sandwich, as it is a modified turkey sandwich. However, I wasn't sure, so the pure, true sandwich does not contain it. Let's see how this is. It's got the cereal in it, you can probably see from an angle here. It looks like where is white in there, which could be mayo or Swiss? True. There's no way to tell for sure. We're working off of the evidence provided. I took screenshots during that cutscene, and I was running back and forth looking at them. Here we go. Let's go. Bottoms up. In the FBI agent labs. Not as good. I wasn't able to get as much cereal on this one. This slice was too small. Not as much cereal, not as much crunch. It's not a thumbs down, but it's not as good. Could be provolone? True, but I like eating good things, so I put Swiss on my sandwiches. Provolone is fine, it's just regular. Could be milk. I gotta make a sandwich with milk on it, all soppy style. Not as thrilled with this one. Doing it lore accurate is definitely the way to go. You know what? Give me a Life is Beautiful. Give me a Life is Beautiful. That played during the scene. We'll accept it. I have food sensitivity, so I could never try this myself. Thank you for your service. It ain't bad. It's good. Even this one, which isn't as good, is still good. How do I fucking bite this? It's too big. I think the cereal on top is important. That, or having a whole sandwich that you put cereal all throughout. It's in the coffee? Nothing. I don't have the gift. I don't have the deadly premonition. This bellissimo son of Obama is making real center sandwiches and eating them on stream. I've seen so many center sandwiches on the internet, but I believe I am the only one to truly do it lore accurate. It just, this ain't as good. This ain't the same. Now granted, because of the bread and cutting it in half, and not having, maybe using the sharpest knife like I should have, there was less surface area to really coat it with jelly and cereal. But strawberry jam, cornflakes, turkey, the greens, the bread, all good. I've been buying white bread for 3 fucking weeks and I don't eat white bread because I wasn't 100% sure when this would happen until today. I had to spend 3 weeks being ready in the event that we hit this scene, and tonight's the only night where I was 100% sure we would hit it. I don't normally do white bread, but I had to for this, so I've been having more white bread recently. And I've been having more, like, unseasoned turkey, because this turkey is clearly just plain old turkey. Not like, whatever, you know, special spice coating they sell. I even had to go through a second box of cornflakes, because I didn't wait on one, and I opened it because I wanted cornflakes. This box, though, stayed on my shelf for tonight. It does have to be white basic rich turkey. Groot, you're so right. Sorry about my grody band-aid finger. Right there. You're so right. The white bread does help. This isn't even like the white bread I wanted to use originally, but I think appearance-wise it fits better and it tastes fine here. I do not like this particular white bread as much as the other one I was buying. I think some white bread is better. I think some white bread is better. Would I make and eat the sandwich again? I literally want to. Like, when we started this series, this is one of the things I've always had planned for this. And, like, the first stream, after the first stream, like, 4 weeks ago or whatever that was, I was dying to have one of these. But I had to wait. I will be making more of these. I'll be making them proper. And I will be posting data. I'm the strongest man in the world. Plain chips on a sandwich is good too. You got more coffee? Coffee tastes good with this. Alright. I think the webcam's going away now. Thank you for joining me for the sandwich. Stream is not done. It's almost done. We're gonna go a little bit longer. Maybe do like one more story thing or see if we can ambush those twins. Special experience. Thank you for watching it. I'm sorry you missed the initial thing. But it'll be on the VOD. You can watch right before this part. The big cutscene. Alright. I'm gonna go put these plates up. I'm gonna turn off this music. I'm gonna put these plates up, and then we're gonna play a little bit more Deadly Premonition. Before we finish tonight. Thank y'all for watching that. I'm so glad I finally did that so I can stop having to fucking make sure I've got the proper... I even made sure I had the proper greens. I've got like a thing of spinach I've been putting on sandwiches. I had to make sure that I got like, you know, the right greens with like the red leaves and stuff. Those dark purples, they're crucial. Anyway, that is the center sandwich. We'll be right back. By the way, that's a good time to mention, thanks again for helping me hit that goal for the monitors. I had to clear my entire desk off for this to be possible, and even then I still had a bunch of shit on it. I'm hoping I do more desk stuff in the future, on stream or otherwise. Just actually have it be more useful than just having the keyboard up here and a bunch of figures. We'll be right back. Alright. We got a belly full of center sandwich. I'm full, I'm ready to get back to it. Let's dive back in for a little bit more Deadly Premonition tonight. Let's talk to Nick. Let's see what's up. Look at this guy. Place is lively, unlike the hotel's dining room. Not as noisy as the city, though. I'm barging in, Nick. Storm looks quite friendly. He's a good cook to boot. Soon on our... I was poisoned. It's not a Reddit thing! It's its own site! It's iwaspoisoned.com. Alright. Let's talk to Nick. For the second time ever. What's up? Why isn't this voice acted? Could you tell us what you were doing the night Anna was killed? I was at the bar with Diane. What you should talk about? Nick. Rembrandt and Turner. Is that a problem? No, no problem. If you think Diane did it, you're wrong. No, that's not it. Oh, so it's me you're after, isn't it? You're wrong again. So much for the FBI, huh? That isn't the case either, Nick. I think there's something both of you are hiding. You can tell when people are hiding something by their reactions. Eyes, tongue and hand movements, sweat, dry lips, neck angles and such. I'm working here. If you aren't ordering anything, get out. I'm busting in.
Hey, I'm working here. You can't just stroll into a chef's kitchen.
Then perhaps you would give me your permission to enter.
No.
Fuck, I meant
Get
to
the
mute
hell
before I
outta
cracked
here.
my neck there. I apologize. That was right next to the mic, too.
Zach, everyone has their own sanctuary. Let's leave him in
The
his.
setup I have for this game makes it hard for me to mute it. I have to, like, tab out, and then I can mute my mic. She's quite pretty. She'd look better wearing something more fashionable than this dull uniform. Agree, Zach? You didn't hear anything? Thank God. Okay. If that doesn't... Like, honestly, I'm just assuming that shows up on the mic, because I hear it, but, like, maybe I only hear it because it's literally happening inside my fucking head. I guess we talked to Emily. Nick and Diane's stories match up. It isn't hard evidence, but certainly sports her alibi. But the two of them could be in cahoots. I think we need to talk to Olivia again, Zach. Okay. Olivia?
There's something I'd like to confirm with you, Olivia, if that's okay.
Yes. Well, so long as it doesn't take too long.
First, what were you and Nick doing on the night of the murder?
I was here in the diner. Nick said he was going to the bar for a couple of drinks.
Does he go to the bar often? Leaving you to hold up the fort?
Yes. He says he enjoys the conversation with Diane. I thought they went drinking again together that night.
Do the three of you ever go drinking together?
Well, you see, I'm really not into art.
And your husband is well versed in the arts then, I take it.
Oh, yes. Looking at art and talking about it is his way of relaxing.
People just aren't what they seem. Like a certain someone who is into punk rock.
Got
10
his
years ago.
ass. Fucking
You are
roasted him.
absolutely right, Emily. But you can be an art lover and a liar at the same time.
Oh, shit.
One more thing, Olivia. You just said that you aren't interested in art.
Wow, this place has been open from 1950
That's right.
to 0623.
And
So, how come I bumped into you at the art gallery? Didn't seem like Nick brought you there. You were there alone.
well, I like trees, is the thing. That's why I went there.
Surely you'd be better off in the forest rather than an art gallery then. I think you went to the gallery not to see trees, but to see Diane, right? You don't want to answer? Or perhaps this isn't the right place to ask.
Meet me in the backyard. You can get there from the parking lot. I'll wait for you there for an hour after we close up.
This dialogue feels like a Nancy Drew dialogue. Meet you back.
They close at 2100. Should we get something to drink and wait?
Oh! This might actually be a big scene in the game, if it's what I'm thinking of. Why are you looking at me? What did I do? I'm sorry I took like half an hour to eat a sandwich before continuing. Jesus. Christ. No, maybe what I'm thinking of comes later.
Agent York, what do we do now?
I want to hear what Olivia has to say. Let's kill time until the diner closes.
Okay, then I'm gonna make a trip back to the department. I'll see you in the backyard later.
Okay, sounds good.
See you later then.
Zach, about Olivia. I presume she wants to tell us something about Nick and Diane. Let's hope it's not just something for the gossip.
Oh, is this where the second lunch happens? I actually didn't... Is this where that happens? Do I need to, like, waste a day and then go back? Someone did say that there's one part in the game where there's 2 special lunch scenes. Alright, well now that this is all done, what should we do? Oh, well, Lily's at the milk farm, so let's go to the milk farm. There's an equal lunch. Okay, then we will not continue the story until tomorrow. We will. I don't think I've ever seen that unique lunch thing, so we're gonna check that out. Which I think. Let me make sure we're driving the right way here. Yeah, this is right. So we'll go this way. We'll hit up the gas station. Maybe finally finish that up. Then we'll hit the milk barn. See if Lily can sell us something unique. And then I don't know. We'll just find some way to just kill today, even if it's just going to bed.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
We won't go for too much longer because I do have work tomorrow. I don't want to stay up too late, but you know. Again, thanks so much, everyone, for coming out to this. I get so stressed out about doing all the stupid shit I have planned for these. Like, I put so much thought into being like, okay, I'm gonna make the sandwich and make it as accurate as possible, and then I'm like so focused on that, I don't even think about taking a picture. I'll just have to find a good screenshot. Fuck. That could have killed us. What do we got? Okay, big boy. Perfect. Can't even see his face with this stupid car. Door up. Wash it and fix it. Beautiful, beautiful, wonderful. He spit and then he spit. One wipe with the hand, that's all you need. And just like that, my car is in perfect condition again. Full of gas. And now, let's get information from him. Money to bribe to get information from Jack. He wants to ruin the FBI. This might be the last one. Oh, I got an achievement, so I think so.
Benjamin, today's a big day. I'm one lucky fella now, ain't I? Thanks to this monkey in a suit, I got 10 of you now. Makes working for an honest dollar look pretty bad now, don't it? With this green, I'm gonna get me a new muffler. I better get over to the General's and look for one.
my window
Reminds me, man, that General. He was going on about some high-fly car that just came in. Said it was the car that FB idiot drove into town with. Must be a sweet-sounding ride, though. I bet with a little tuning it would run pretty smooth. Ah, what do I care? It ain't my thing.
I think we can now get York's car back. Or start working on a quest.
Zach, I think I understood what he was talking about. My car is at the General's junkyard. Let's get over there and see if we can get it repaired. I don't care what it's going to cost. That car has sentimental value.
Benjamin Franklin completed. What the fuck happened to my... Was that the window rolling up? I guess it's just really fucked up on this car. Come on, careful. Easy now, easy. There goes Lily. Oh, fuck, Lily just left. We're never gonna get to buy anything from her. Well, let's see the General and Sigourney. Let's go check on them. If we just have to kill a day anyway, we might as well, just do whatever's there. I can't believe that didn't break.
Zach, if you notice anything, just stop me.
You know, I genuinely don't know how many more streams we're gonna have in this game. Like, we're at the point where the story's gonna really start just accelerating towards the end. But I also feel like a lot of the stuff I remember hasn't happened yet, because we do so much side content on these. Alright, where's Sigourney? There she is! Sigourney!
Hey, Sigourney.
I'm glad you're here. My pot, it's getting cold. Please, let's get going.
Okay, no problem. By the way, what's in the pot?
Does that really matter? Now let's get going. Hurry!
Oh, she's building up energy.
Once we get her home, Zach, let's ask her again.
Old pot too. You know, I honestly kind of want to watch Twin Peaks again already.
My house is over by the lake.
I think I should start the return since I haven't.
3, 2, 1, go!
Gotta immediately turn around. Vickers is the one behind us, right? No, other way. Okay. What's gonna be the best route here? Go up here through the tunnel? Okay, easy. Very easy. Gotta get this damn car turned around. Here we go. She's gonna yell at me about going too slow, but it's fine. Check this out, we're taking shortcuts. Actually, I don't know if that's a good shortcut. Oh! What gets me to the tunnel? Which road gets me to the tunnel? The main road. I shouldn't have taken this path. I have fucked up. Pot lady, I'm so sorry. Sigourney, I will get you home, don't worry. Get out of my way! You're interfering with an investigation!
More and more of its warmth. At this rate, my pot is going
get there.
to get cold. Hurry!
Never give up.
Hurry! Step on it! Why do you have
fuck
to
out of my
drive
way.
so
Hey, do the
safely?
lights ever change in this
Can't you
town?
see my pot is
In this
getting
game?
cold? Why aren't we there
I never
yet?
thought about that. I don't
Could
know if
you
any of the
step on
traffic
it?
lights are
If
actually
we go this
functioning.
slow, my pot is
Or if the
going to
cars
get
just
cold.
just go. They're always going.
Why aren't we there yet? Could you step on it?
these
If we
pop-ins.
go this slow, my pot is going to get cold.
Ooh. Turn in here. We're doing it. Okay, my car's invincible during this, thankfully.
Oh, thanks to you, my pot is still warm.
So tell me, Sigourney, just what is in the pot?
You really want to know, don't you?
Yes, very much.
Well, I'm sorry. I can't tell you.
This is gonna make me
The
sick.
pot has to make that decision, not me.
Okay. Then I need to get to know the pot better first, right?
That's right. In life, you can't skip steps. You have to take one step at a time and take the proper steps. For all actions, there is a reaction. If you ask the pot will answer. It's that simple.
There's truth to what you say.
Yes, the pot is full of truth. If you want to meet the person you are searching for, you have to ask the pot. Listen carefully. The more steps it takes to cook a stew, the better it tastes when it's cooked.
Okay. Hey!
Oh my! My pot is getting cold again! Did you have to talk so long? Oh!
Pot 2. Truly a wonderful time. Where did I want to go next? The junkyard, that's right. George, come pick me up. I gotta go see Lysander. Fucking car squealing. The tires. Alright. What do we got? Oh, there you are. You came at a good time, son.
You have potential, soldier. I want you to take a look around J10. I'll need high gear parts. They should be around there somewhere. If you can find them and bring them back to me, I'll be able to increase the top speed of your vehicle.
Now that sounds like a plan.
It's a fail-proof plan, soldier. You must learn to trust your superiors.
Around J10, then.
Your orders are clear. Now roll out.
Let's go. High gear parts. Hear the dog walking around. Lucy, you want to come in here? You can come in here. Yeah, here she comes. She's got a cat in her bed, though. No, she's walking back out. Alright, J10. Wait. 10 is down this way. Okay. Let's fuck it up. Oh, it's already broken? Wait, J... Okay, yeah, up here. Can I just go through here? No, not that straightforward. I do wish there was some music that would play during this. When you're just walking around, little, you know, little something. Okay, I think that's it. This one was kind of more straightforward than the other one. This will increase your exhaust and optimize your car's transmission in the higher gears. The gear parts. Never really noticed his, like, fucking battle tower up there with the crane and everything. It's kind of a huge place that just has one guy working in it. I wonder if they originally meant for you to, like, be able to go inside here. What do you want again? So you found what we need? 30% discount at Panda Bear. Oh yeah, we still don't have the gold card. What an arm? You mess with me, Private. This isn't what I need. Give me some high gear parts now. Let's give him the actual item.
This is it. This will save your life someday, son.
What's the story this time?
Speed determines everything on the battlefield, life or death.
You're not going to tell me another story about stomach pains, are you?
Son, I told you already. Don't mock your superiors. It's a very serious story this time. It starts with a question. Why did we lose the battle? We had firepower and the air support in the beginning. But looking at the results of a war of attrition, we learned a lesson. We lacked speed when speed was needed. It was our superior's fault. We should have carried out a swifter attack. That would have saved more of our soldiers. Although crybaby Timothy was doomed either way.
You really hated that sergeant, didn't you?
Don't talk to me with that tone, boy. Words cannot describe how much I hated him. I was at war with a crybaby. No one has enough lives to survive that.
I talking about Vietnam
poisoned
specifically.
us
He
with
said he
our
served
own
in Vietnam.
food, washed all our weapons with soap and water, launched a signal flare thinking it was a firework, set off countless traps laid by the enemy. More than half of the unit had to return home sick because of him.
I don't know how much of this to believe.
Yeah, when you first meet him, he says he was in Vietnam.
Believe as much as you like. I'll keep my side of the promise and get to work on your vehicle.
It looked like he was just getting into the
Well,
other
if
chair.
he hates that sergeant so much, why does he keep talking about him? And would a general really even have direct contact with a sergeant?
I don't know.
Questions keep mounting.
I've increased your exhaust and optimized your higher gears. That means you can drive at a faster top speed. But there's still plenty of stuff I can do to make your car go faster. Just come see me again and I'll customize your car a little more.
Gear part's done. Rank makes the man. That's true, but the man also makes the rank. Status isn't as important as self-confidence. I don't know who said what there. Is Perfect Day go on a treasure hunt? Oh, he's not selling more cars yet. Okay. Thought he would have more. But we gotta come back another day. Alright, well, General's done. Not going there until later. Gallery. Harry's Mansion, which we have not been to yet. Sheriff's Department, Galaxy of Terror. Roaming Sigourney. Theater. The cabin, still. You know what, if we're just, like, wasting time, let's just go up to the cabin and, like, fucking smoke. See what time they come out. Save, too. It's been a minute. Let's get this save backed up. And we won't do much more. I guess I'll go a little bit after 10 tonight, but I cannot go too late. This is high gear sandwich waiting for lunch 2. I think lunch 2 is where we'll end it, because that way I won't forget next time. We get that second scene and we'll call it there. And we'll just see what we can get done today. I guess let's go in here. There's Jim. Alright, let's just fucking smoke. Let's smoke until we can interact with these kids. Why is it stopping me every hour?
Looks like we came at a bad time. Let's get out of here.
I don't know why it's stopping me. Maybe it, like, doesn't want me to be doing that and then blocking a door that a character has to go through or something? I genuinely do not know. Let me take a peek through their fucked up windows. Can't see him from here. Oh yeah, we should go to the bar tonight. Let's smoke for like 2 hours. See if this does anything. It's closed. Where are they? There they are! We've got them. Where did the goddess go? No, come on. Here we go. We've got it.
We saw someone. We really did.
Isaac? Isaiah? What exactly did you see?
Someone in the forest.
Standing under Anna's tree.
Not a goddess.
A little different.
A ghost?
Yeah, maybe it was a ghost.
Ghost?
Jason in the back.
What makes you think that?
We found this on the ground there.
Would a ghost drop this?
Out of focus picture.
Let me see. It's blurry and out of focus. I can make out two people, but not their faces. So that's why they think it was a ghost. But then who was under Anna's tree?
Yeah, I've never done this. Someone in the forest. Jason, what's up?
Hey, York.
York, there you are. Okay, that's it. Asked and answered. Oh, well, let's not look at who it is. I tried to not look, but let's head over there. I wonder if we're timing this perfectly for the person to be under the tree. Here they go. Having a good time. Am I going the right way? Alright. Now, who is this? Isn't this,
Zach, we'll finish our chat later. Let's take a walk around here.
IR8 Singer? This is Carol's car. It isn't great. Shit, I think I'm going the wrong way here. It's hard to tell which way to... No, because I think up there is like you get a bone or a card. Yeah, this is the right way. Fucking heart's about to explode. I gotta move in. Carol! Diva and her own boss at her age? Quite impressive. Character-wise, a stark contrast to her brother Thomas.
Carol.
Wait. Around here. Did you see...
See what?
Oh, nothing. Just forget it.
Zach, I wonder what she was looking for here.
Memories of Anna. Oh, so two quests linked together. It's kind of neat when they do that. This better be good. Okay, so we definitely just lucked out with the timing here. Looks like there are two people in this picture, but it's so out of focus I can't make out exactly who they are.
Is this your picture?
Yeah, it is. So what? I thought I lost it somewhere.
Isaac and Isaiah picked it up. They found it here.
Really? Then I'll have to thank them for finding it.
So this is you and Anna?
What makes you think that?
You've come all the way out here almost every day when it's not raining. You wouldn't do that just to look for a photo of someone else.
Impressive. Is that what you want me to say? And you're right. That's me and Anna in the picture. Silly, isn't it? It's so blurry you can't really tell who's in it.
So who took the picture?
Oh, come on. Tell me this isn't bugged. Okay, no, she's just not saying.
Anna did.
Oh.
She wanted a picture of us both together. I didn't really want one. So she pointed the camera at us by herself while I was moving around. And that's what happens when you try to take a picture like that. She was always so silly and happy. She took so many pictures. She always printed a load of them and gave them to everyone. Everyone just threw them away.
So what about this one?
You don't make copies of the blurry pictures, do you? We weren't even that close. But I couldn't throw this one away.
I see. One last thing, then. Where was this picture taken?
Where? Nowhere special. Anna's room.
Thanks! Thanks for the card of your brother! Okay, great end to that interaction.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. Try not to lose your stuff anymore.
I'll give you this as a thank you gift for getting my picture back. I don't want you thinking I owe you anything.
They put that in the
Zach, did
wrong
you hear
order.
that? Why would she say nowhere special? She's trying to hide the fact that it
Why
was
doesn't his
indeed
tie
a
disappear?
very special place.
Hey, I've never seen that. That's a really cool quest. And also, does Carol really, like, whenever it rains, or after it rains, come out here? Is that, like, an actual, like, thing her character just always does? There's no heaven or hell. Once you die, that's it. Jesus. Like, I didn't, you know... Yeah, I didn't really know much about Carol at all. That kind of tells you some stuff about her. And Anna. You can find her here a lot? I never knew that, because I didn't really come back here regularly. Or, like, check the map to see that she was here. That's really cool. That's just, like, a detail. Oh, shit. Can I get out here? Well, the map's not going to tell me. Where are Isaac and Isaiah? Are they still on the walk? Perfect. Perfect. George! George, I'm in the woods. Come get me. George, drive your car into the woods and come get me, please. Where are those boys? Where are those boys? I have to tell them. I have to tell them that the woman gave me a trading card. Can I go through this? Is this a real door? It's a weird looking door. There they are. Boys. I found the truth. Where'd the goddess go? Okay, not you. We need Isaac. Someone in the forest. Someone, not a goddess. Well, did...
A ghost?
Yeah, maybe it was a ghost.
I'm sorry to tell you that she wasn't a ghost.
You met her?
Who was it?
Do you want to know?
I kind of like these weird
know.
boys.
I want to know too.
It was Carol in the forest. I think she wanted to meet the goddess too.
Oh, so it was Carol.
Oh, Carol and Anna were friends.
Does that clear everything up for you?
Yeah, that clears it up. Thank you.
I'm scared of ghosts, but not of Carol. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. That
We'll
was a
give you this.
We
really
can
good
give you
delivery.
this.
Getting cut off by the I love the trading cards not getting
Children's
sent
eyes
out properly.
are always so honest. It makes me wonder about the stuff we lose as we become adults, Zach.
Someone in the forest. That's so good. He's always wearing something blue. Guess he loves the color. He's always wearing green clothes. Must be very fond of the color. We can't look at... Can we look at Willie? No. Well, that's a lot of progress right there. There's something at the gallery. Let's go up there. See Diane. Man, we're knocking shit out left and right. George, the gallery, please. I also, like, I kind of felt something with York, like, quietly telling the children, I think Carol wanted to see the goddess too. Like, oh, I know what that means. It's really good. Like, I never... Oh. We got a quest in here. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I should save. Or back up the save. Hang on. Let's do that, because that was a lot right there. This is Carol in the Forest. What am I call this one? Oh, man, I'm feeling refreshed after that sandwich. All right, now where is Diane? She's here. Okay, she's in the... Just go to the back and go left. Right. Like where we went before. Oh, she's right here. Quest number 2. Looks like a real career woman. The kind of person who lives for work.
If you don't mind me asking, where is he now?
This is all ancient history. The woods, the pure little girl, my respect for my father.
Huh? Guardian of the Art Gallery. Am I not supposed to see this yet? Should I leave? Or is it just like this? Was there like some like regular dialogue I should have seen if I just talked to her? Or is there just nothing to be done here? It just starts in the middle of the conversation for no reason. Oh, it's just like this? So I'm guessing this was supposed to be a conversation about her father, but we just don't know what the fuck that conversation is. Diana's hiding something. Find the painting of the girl in the woods slumbering somewhere in the art gallery and give it to her. She may open up to you. Okay. So there's just like info that you don't get.
Hi.
Agent York, how may I help you? Okay. I can link you an edit I made where I put it all back in order when you're done if you're curious. Yeah, sure. That'd be interesting to see. Is that like a PC version thing, or is it just like that? Is it just every version is like that? My first guess is gonna be check the storage room down here. This is another one I've never done. Kind of a shame it's so bugged. I think every version is like that. There's 2 very important lines I think are skipped entirely, but I found them in the game's files. Oh, okay, so you literally, like... That's crazy, that's just, like, fucked up and not in the game properly. They never patched it, they never fixed that. Okay, I guess it's not down here. I mean, I really want to look at some of the trading cards we've picked up, but, like, I'll have to hide the stream while I do it in case there's spoilers. Which there almost certainly are on some of them. Like, I know for a fact There is a card that, well, I shouldn't even say that, because saying that happens is, you know. Around here, I guess? Foggy forest. Likely an actual view somewhere in this town. Is the purple fog intentional? Quite interesting. Place we can save. Might as well. Yeah, no, like, I straight, like... Like, I'm struggling to even, like, say, like, how much some of them spoil it. Like, I'll have to wait till stuff happens. Oh my god, this is definitely not supposed to look like this. This is so blown out. Oh, this is outside. Well, that's fine. There's a card out here I can try to grab. That turkey sandwich is so fucked up looking still. Like, why on earth is it like that? Okay, don't think we can go back here yet. Well, maybe if I go down that way. Let's go back in. We gotta find this painting. So I think we're gonna do this quest. We're gonna see if we can get the Ingrams. Like, go into their house and do that, but we can always do that later. Damn it, this is outside again. We're gonna go to Galaxy of Terror at, like, right at 2100 and see if we can't deal with that customer. And then we're gonna do the lunch thing tomorrow. And then we'll probably end it there. If I remember right, the thing we're gonna do with Olivia is gonna, like, set off a bunch of stuff, and it's probably better to end before it. Unless I'm remembering wrong, and going to talk to Olivia would be a good place to stop. But if I'm remembering right, it's a thing we want to, like, it'll be the start of a whole thing. Let's look in the front. Maybe it'll let me go in here now? No. I think I've looked everywhere. It says it's in the gallery. Oh, can I go in here? No. Save point. No way to greet us. Doesn't this gallery have any other employees? Let's check them out. Was that yeah, directed at, like, I'm right, it's gonna set off a bunch of stuff, so I should just end before the Olivia thing? I think we haven't gone in there? Oh no, there's a whole... We haven't gone into here, like her room. That's right, we stopped because we saw her in the other hall. That's probably where it is, like in a closet or something. Oh, that was to the lighting. Oh, right, I forgot. No, not now. What? Can I just not yet? He's just refusing to go in here? Okay. Well, if it's not there, then... Let me check the map. Right across from us. Right across from us, I bet. I bet it's in here. But it's locked. Huh. This is like the main area. This doesn't connect to anything. This is all just this. Okay, so we're done with this side. If it actually is downstairs and they somehow missed it, you can tell me if you know. But otherwise I'm just gonna keep looking. Because there's only so many places to look in here. Unless I'm literally supposed to be like going up to them and it's not gonna be highlighted. But with the opening of the quest being cut off like that, it's kind of hard to tell what they expect of me. Are these anything? Oh, they are. Okay. Have I looked everywhere? Oh, wait a minute. Not a real door. Not a real door. The hell? What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Am I missing something? I feel like I've been everywhere. Wait, I don't think I've been down there. No, because this doesn't loop around and everything. That's just... That's not real. You can't go down there. We've been here. We can't... They're not letting us go in here yet, even though this feels like it'd be a good place to look. This is locked. That's a way out. These are both exits. Down here, there's... They're not letting me go in here, not a real area. Well, this looks like it would be another room over here, but there's no door mark. I guess let's try it, but then let's go back to the front, go downstairs. I'm reaching a point where I'm almost gonna just like look up where to go, because this is... If the quest is bugged enough that they don't tell you like what you're doing, I guess I'll go back downstairs. I don't know. Not there. Where are you going? What the fuck? Diane, what's going on? Is it happening? Is it time? I'll protect you. I'll protect you. $16:32, I gotta hurry. No. Okay, fine, fine. If he refuses, I don't know why he's refusing. I guess we'll go back down here. I'm right about to like look this up because I feel like I've been everywhere. Let me double check the map here. Came down here. Yeah. Okay, I'm looking this up. I'm looking this up. What was this? Quest number 2? Guardian of the Gallery. Guardian of the Art Gallery. What? Oh, I see. I see. Okay, this is... I wouldn't have thought of that. I wouldn't have thought to do that. I see what we have to do. We're gonna need a gun. Which way did I... Wrong way. This is kind of a neat thing, but It's also weird. So it is that locked room. Right here. Here's what we were supposed to do. You can do this. Saw a padlocked door through the window. Might be able to shoot the lock off from here. This is what you're supposed to do. Did I get it? Did that land? Okay, thank God. With the fucked up aiming, I was worried, but... Now we can go in here. Girl in the woods. Painting of a girl alone in the woods. Wonder if the young girl is Diane.
This. Call this a painting? A bit primitive with poor composition. Hardly the work of a master. But strangely, though, it powerfully exudes a soft, warm feeling. On the back it says, Guardian of the Art Gallery, in fresh strokes. So someone added that recently. Guardian of the Art
His neck
Gallery.
is looking insane right now.
Wouldn't that be Diane? And why is this painting here?
Girl in the woods. Where is she? God damn it, she's in there. We got your painting, Diane. Come on. What time is it? Okay, I think it said, like, after... In the thing I looked at, it said she'll come out after 5, so if it's, like, 4, I'll just... do this. Whoops.
Looks like we came at a bad time. Let's get out of here.
Oh, are they closing? Come on, don't be closing. I could peep on her, that's true. But... I think we were being thrown out. God damn it. Well, yeah. Fuck it, let's peep. You're gonna throw me out like that? Actually, I don't know if we can peep here. Oh, we can. Okay. She's just hanging out. This will probably be one we have to finish next time. Before we do the, you know, the main thing. We got the painting at least. That's something. Since I'm, you know, not going to see the end yet, do you want to link me the thing that shows the beginning of that you put together? Spydo? Car's blocking the way. Be able to get through if we could move it somehow. Well... Can't do the gallery. How is the... Milk barn. We're hitting the milk barn. We're gonna go shopping. Here we go. Lily, show me the good items.
Hi there.
Thank God. There it is! Cherry Blossom! The best suit in the game! My favorite suit, and what we are wearing next. So from what I've gathered from the files, the beginning is just supposed to be that cutscene when you find the painting, then you take it to Diane, but for some reason talking to Diane just plays a snippet of what's supposed to be something she says at the end of the quest. Oh, so if we just talk to her at the end of the quest, it'll happen normally? Like we don't need to worry about anything? Like they didn't actually put together a, you know, what am I saying, a proper beginning. Give me a turkey sandwich. Yes. Keith, do you have like another ghost story for me?
Hey, bro!
Nah, not yet. I think there's at least one more, maybe two. Probably just one. That's so strange. I guess it's just like a section they overlooked. Like they forgot to put a thing in. Just tune in. The first thing I see is turkey sandwich. Truly, you're blessed. Well, you missed it. You missed a real turkey sandwich, but it's all jumbled. When you talk to her, it just skips those lines and starts, and it used to start the quest along with two other lines. Let's back up again since we got Cherry Blossom. Painting Cherry Blossom. I don't know. What now? What now? What now? What now? I guess now all that's really left is I'm gonna go to Ingram's house. I'm gonna go to Ingram's house and smoke for a bit. Basically, it makes more sense to see the fixed version after you finish the quest. Okay. Actually, yeah, no, let's go to the Ingram's house for, like, just a couple hours to see if we can talk to them. See if we can go in for that final thing. Probably should have bought more cigarettes. Shit. Stinky agent! No, I'm stinky! I got flies buzzing around me. I think I fucked up, because now I need more cigarettes. Keith is still there. Keith is still there. It's not lost. George! George, I need you to drive me to the milk barn for cigarettes. This is crucial. Guys, you're never gonna let me live this down? Yeah. Fuck, they're closed. George, change of plans. Take me back to the Ingram house. It's so weird that it's Keith's house. Why is it Keith's house? Alright. So, 2100, we have to be at the Galaxy of Terror. But I want to see if we can get whatever's here first. So let's smoke one last ciggy. Yeah, the FBI is taking money from me for my steak. I'm also very hungry. We can eat at the bar. Come on, when do I get to... Can you only go in here when it's raining? Is that the only time I'm allowed to visit them? Whatever. Galaxy of Terror it is. There's Carol, hey! Smell like shit, I hope that's not a problem. Go away. I can't. I'm here on duty. Where were you on the day of the murder? Here in the bar. Did you see Diane and Nick here that day? Can't say that I remember. This is very important. Please try to remember. Sorry, I don't remember. Well, if you do, please contact the Sheriff's Department. Oh, about Galaxy of Terror. You know that Robert Englund was one of the crew? You know what else he was in, right? That's right, Nightmare on Elm Street. Huh? Just stop moving your mouth. Don't you like movies? Don't you get it? I don't like you. Mean, toxic, toxic. Anything I'll call you, okay?
Hello?
Would you like something to drink? Yes. I like that the option is, it isn't buy or anything, it's just yes. Try to forget work for a while. Give me the oyster stew. That sounds really good right about now. Give me that and a martini.
Hello?
I want to get a screenshot of you. Oh, I should talk.
Hello?
No, I wanted to... There was like a fucking lag on the,
Hello?
the input. Oh my god. Good evening, Agent York. Is the unwanted customer here? No, not yet, but just thinking you might show up soon makes my stomach ache. Okay, so we got like an hour to kill. Can I please have some cigarettes? Please, please. Tom's just so nice to you even while you're stinking up the bar. Yeah. We're gonna get real stinky while we deal with this customer. God, I wish I still had my cigarettes! Wait. I know where we can get cigarettes! George! Quickly! Drive me to my hotel! I need cigarettes! I have to buy them from the old woman, who I hope sells them.
Oh, hi.
Polly, please have cigarettes. Please have cigarettes, Polly. Thank you! $100, I don't care. It's worth it. I need them. Give me another pack. You know, it says cigarettes heavier. I don't know if there's any other cigarettes in the game. Hey, does this cost more because I stink?
Oh,
I should
hi.
talk to Paul over here. Okay. It does cost more because I stink. That's great. Oh, who's coming here? Diane? Or is she leaving? That's interesting. Huh. Diana's coming to the... Well, before we head right to the bar, I want to see what's going on with this. This is interesting. Someone else actually coming to the hotel. What's up? I got a painting. Looks like a real career woman.
Hi.
Agent York, good evening. Where are you headed? You going out to eat or drink? Perhaps I could join you. No, I'm fine alone. Better not get too close to you. That's experience talking. Oh, wait, no, I messed... That was her asking him, and him... Okay, I'm nothing like what you've experienced before. Zach, I don't think she'll be satisfied until she has every man on the planet around her little finger. Or she's just being nice because I was walking around alone. Okay, go! What is her license plate? I don't know if that's anything. That one might be nonsense. Maybe we can give her the painting as well. Though maybe that has to be in the gallery, I don't know. Where are you going to park, Diane? Can you figure it out? We've never really watched a character park before. I'm so curious about what she's going to do here. Is that Polly's go? Damn, she just ripped in there. Chips for you!
Hi.
Beautiful night, isn't it? Okay, we cannot give her the thing yet. Okay. Let's see what's going on. As we stink up the place. Well, after we go to bed tonight, we will clean ourselves up. The best guess seems to be Gallery of Sexy Cute. That seems like a straight... Yeah, that's... I didn't know she would come here. This is interesting. I don't know what's going to happen.
Hi.
Dinner, is it, Diane? That's right. It's nice and quiet here. I really enjoy talking to Polly, too. What kind of things do you two talk about? Nothing special. Art, cooking, whatever. She does come back with the strangest replies, too, doesn't she? I really enjoy that, too. So she comes here for Polly. I mean, it makes sense. I want to enjoy me with Polly, if that isn't too much to ask. Run along now. It's really cool. I never knew about this. That Diane hangs out with Polly. I don't know which way to go. I think this way. So when does Polly actually go in to eat? Let's do a quick save while we pass our room. Just to be safe. I will continue to stink. This is gonna be a stinky night. Tomorrow we will get clean and shave. But for now, we must be stinky. The flies spin around us. What a goofy mechanic. Yeah, it'll probably be a while till Polly goes in to eat. She works the desk for a while. Well, I like that we're seeing little details like that. Without even trying sometimes. Just, you know, I'm checking the map and then, boom, there's someone driving into the empty hotel. It's really cool. Galaxy of Terror. Polly and Dan being friends, such a neat little detail that pretty much everyone misses. Yeah, I never knew. I mean, there's so much stuff in this game. Like, you'd have to follow every character around. You're gonna miss a lot. And all my playthroughs, like I've said, I kind of just, you know, kind of just went through them. I just went through the story. I did a little bit of side stuff, but all right. Let's light up. He's not even have time to fucking light it. Alright, York. Thomas? Is it time?
Hello?
Can you reach York? Is anyone the customer here? No, I'm just thinking you might show up soon. It makes my stomach turn. Okay, well. I don't know if I should... Smoke some more? No, let's wait. Let's let her sing. It's after 2100. That's when they said they show up. Unless it's like after 2100 when I come in. I don't know. I don't know if that'll affect anything. Let's just cover our bases. Lucy, you want to come in here? Hear that dog walking around. Come on in here, Lucy. Hey, come on. Get on your bed. Get on your bed. Come here. Come here. She's got a damn cat on her bed. Hang on, let me get the cat off her bed and get her over here. Lucy! Lucy, come here. Come here, Lucy. No, Lucy, Lucy. Lucy. Come here. Come here, Lucy. Come on. Come on, Lucy. Go in here. Come on, Lucy. Here's your bed. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. There you go. Okay. There you go. Good girl. All right. She's a very nervous dog, so she needed the... I had to move the cat out of her bed. She seems comfortable. Alright. What if we peek? She is says I think she wants to go outside, so I'll be, you know. I might want to take like a little short break right before we end, just to let her out, but could also just do that afterwards. I think she'll be okay. I let her out, you know, a couple hours ago. And she was out for a little while. Okay. Where are they?
Hello?
Oh. Agent York. He's here. That guy over by Carol. Okay, Zach, it's time for a little workout. Let's fucking get him. Wait, what? Okay, I didn't know about this. It's Jack. He's not on the wanted list, but he looks seedy nonetheless.
Hey, Jack. You're in a good mood tonight.
I've got nothing to say to the cops.
I'm glad to see you haven't changed
surprised
one
he shows
bit
up
since
on
our
the
last
list.
conversation. I take it you have a thing for Carol.
Now that's no business of yours, is it?
It is if you're disturbing the peace here and obstructing business.
So what are you gonna do about it?
Tell me, Jack, what makes you so hot for Carol?
Huh? Ah, she's hot. A total babe. She's hotter than anyone I know.
Or than anyone you know?
Oh yeah, baby. She's #1. That's why I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, Jack.
She don't know what I do outside the house. It's none of her business.
I see. So you wouldn't mind if I play the tape of this conversation back to her?
Huh?
My job requires me to record every conversation that I have. But your wife won't mind, will she? Even though she isn't #1?
You dirties!
You want to make a deal?
I'll give you a deal if you come by the stand.
There's another skipped line there? What gets skipped here?
I almost had a heart attack. What were you gonna do if things turned ugly?
The odds were against him, Thomas. We wouldn't lose in a 2-versus-1 fight in a bar.
2 against 1? You mean you were counting me? You must be kidding.
I'm joking, Thomas. I've never seen a situation like that actually turn into a barroom brawl.
I find that hard to believe. FBI agents must be really good at handling situations
Yeah,
like
like we
that.
know he has a wife.
It's
We've met her.
amazing. You guys really record every single conversation you have.
What are you talking about, Thomas? I don't carry around a recording device.
Really? But you said... You mean you were just bluffing? Well, I'm still impressed by your FBI tactics. You've done us a big favor. It isn't much of a thank you gift, but please, take this.
Oh, cool. I like that they give you a card of their sibling. That's fun.
Zach, wasn't that fun?
It's impossible to start this quest before meeting yourself. Maybe they just left it out because of that. Like, you know. I guess that was fun. Helped out here. You can skip for meeting people at Town Hall. That's true. Mozzie, I think, is right. When you're at Town Hall, you have the option to talk to Emily before talking to everyone. Like, Emily's there like, hey, talk to me when you're done and we'll leave. But if you just talk to everyone, the whole thing like ends anyway. Like everyone just leaves. But Emily is there as a like, you just want to leave. You just want to like speed run this. Jack in the bar. New save to back up. That's like all I'm seeing. I'm learning so much more about the town this time. I really like it. This is so fun. So let's see. We've done that. I think all that's left for tonight. I'm gonna stop by Panda just see if I've. Well, I guess I should check the quest. You can also get gas and only get randomized Jack. That is also true. It is possible, technically. It's unlikely. It's very unlikely, but yeah, it's extremely unlikely. Like you would almost have to. You would have to be trying not to encounter her, and even then, if you go to the gas station, there's like just a coin flip that you see her. So side missions. How many Sigourney things are there? Oh no, these are Brian. And there's 3 more Sigourney ones. General has 2 more. 32 cards to get me a big thank you. A small thank you, a moderate thank you, a big thank you. Do I have 32? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Oh, shit! Let's go see Wesley. Let's hit up Panda Bear. Wesley?
You found new cards? Show them to me. More than 32. Well done. I appreciate you showing them to me. Here's a little something, as promised.
This might be the furthest I've gotten in this, too. Ooh, a new suit! Passion Red.
That'll give you more life when you wear it.
Oh, and it has an
Hold
effect.
on to it, okay? If you find any new cards, come show them to me, will you?
Normal collector complete. Great collector. So we're definitely not going to see it. If you get every card in the game, the final reward he gives you is a beam sword. I don't think I've ever gotten that suit before. They forgot to record an alternate version because the conversation doesn't work now. I mean, it kind of works. He's just like, oh, Jack, you know, what if I showed this to your wife? It sounds awkward, but I think it... Like, I wasn't confused. If you hadn't told me a line was missing, I would have just assumed, like, it was just kind of awkward. Alright. Let's check Keith's house. Just in case. Yeah, no. One last thing I want to check while it's late. One card's only able to walk because there's no other way you would know how to get it. I know one card you have to beat the game to get. There's one card you cannot get until you've beaten the game. Checking things on the menu in a certain order? I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. I think it's the card I think it's the one you have to beat the game to get. It's like a special post-game card. Forest Park. Forest Park will put it closer. Oh yeah, baby, she's number 1. That's why I'm not going anywhere. Oh, Jack. Line redacted. Yeah, that's true. To me, I figured it was an awkward way of York being like, what about your wife? You know. Twitch can let you set resub notifications. That specifically, more than 32 would be a really good one. That would be good. Fuck, that's a good idea. I'm gonna make a note of that. I want to make a note of that. I think you can do something like that. I don't fully remember, but that is a really good idea. What was the other line? What was the other line I said I wanted isolated? I gotta write this shit down. Like, I keep fucking having streams where something will happen. I'll be like, oh, that's great. I should get that later. And then I don't remember what it was. You remember the other thing earlier today that I was like, oh, I like that. Graveyard. We're going to the graveyard. I don't think I've ever done any of the graveyard stuff. He's so out of the way, and even though I think the bones are for his quest as well... Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! We're okay. Is it something Lily said? Keyframe exists? I mean, he's so out of the way.
Zach, if you notice anything,
Oh
just
my
stop me.
god! This is scary. God, yeah, we're going way later than I meant to, but you know what? All these side quests, that just means the next stream is we're gonna get way more story done. I mean, that's not the first one. I think he mentions, oh no, did he mention the other numbers? I actually don't know if he did or not. I don't remember. We go right here and that takes us to the graveyard, I think. Fuck. Thank God this car is so durable. Ryan.
Hello.
Souls, they're locked. So cold, they cry. Sir.
Looks like someone else can't sleep around here. But why leave such a comfy grave?
I don't think I've ever done this.
A wild dog took bones from the grave.
Are there many wild dogs around here?
Someone dug up grave.
So a grave robber started it. And then in comes the wild dog.
Skull, breastbone, hip bone, left hand, left leg, right leg, 7 bones. Taken by dog. Agent, could you
that point
find
is
them?
really good.
I can't, but need them back.
You're the keeper of the graveyard. I understand your disposition, but I have my own job to do.
Please, Agent, look for bones. I can't.
Please, Agent, look for bones.
Here. Please. I beg you.
Zach, he's a really persistent guy when he wants to be. Very well. I'll make a mental note to help him.
7 bones. Well, let's go get him the bones. Why is the map zooming out so much? Is it because I'm like on the edge, or it's like doing something weird when I interact with stuff over here? Has it always been doing that? Or is it just this area's weird? Did you find the bones? Oh my god, it makes me do it one at a time.
Is this one of them?
That is a bone. Thank you. 6 more.
Oh, there's gonna be a bunch of the... Holy shit.
Is this one of them?
That is a bone. Thank you. 5 more.
It's different every time. We can't skip it. You can't skip it if it's different.
Is this one of them?
That is a bone. Thank you. 4 more.
Why is that so scary?
Is this one of them?
That is a bone. Thank you. 3 more.
There's so much number talk.
Is this one of them?
That is a bone. Thank you. 2 more. Almost there.
2 more. You want a card? It made the bone sound. I need 7 bones. Not this. This wrong. Let me worry.
Is this one of them?
That is a bone. Thank you. 1 more. The last.
Save the best for last for you, Brian.
Is this one of them?
That is a bone. Thank you. That's all. Agent. Thank you. Thank you.
Now I can sleep again.
This key.
Oh? Key to Brian's house. Oh, maybe I have done this.
A key?
Oh, no,
For
actually, I
what?
don't think
My
so.
house.
Oh.
Downtown. Big house. The door. The key. In my back garden. A treasure. Take it. Go and look.
I've either done this or
For
I've
yourself.
watched like the best friends playthrough do this. What was that? Okay, 7 bones complete. Oh, that was him bearing the thing, I guess. Maybe I did do this, I don't know. I know they did the thing with Willie.
Hello.
So cold they cry. Let's save since we've done that. Alright. So I think Brian's house. Let's see. Ingrams are home, but we can't mess with them. He's got like the weird church-looking building that I think is near Anna's house. Everybody's at the bar. Oh no, there it is. Okay. Anna's house will be the fastest way. I was right. Georgie! Kind of weird I can't get a, like, shortcut to the graveyard. I wonder if the grave is actually, like, buried and I could have looked at it. Oh well. Probably not a big deal. It probably just have been like, oh, actually, knowing this game, it could have been the craziest thing in the world. It could have been like, whoa, I can't believe that it's just like... I don't know. Something York would say. Can we go to the graveyard like this? No? Weird they don't let you go. You can always pop back in, check on him. I believe this is Brian's house. Yep, this is Brian's house. He lives in the fucking haunted mansion back here. Gate's covered with barbed wire. No going through here. Potential entrance. But we'll need the key. George will want to drive out there scared of Brian? Maybe. Like, look at this whole area that you can only get through a side quest. It's crazy. It's pretty fun. Door's firmly locked. Doesn't look like it's going to open. Also, I don't think he ever goes here. I don't think Brian ever actually goes to his own house. I think he's always in the graveyard. Whoa. Will this break? Will this shatter? Is this good to be doing? What a strange quest. We've got big, awkward back-of-the-head view on this giant ladder. As his animation slowly becomes unsynced. There's a statue in front of the grave. I might just be able to move it. I believe I know what we're about to get. The Wesley Special. There's a recess in the gravestone. What if there's something inside? Ghost House treasure completed. We got the Wesley Special. It's an infinite ammo flamethrower. You get an infinite ammo magnum and a flamethrower from this quest. It's crazy. From the bones. What's the point of pushing? I guess just to get over there. Anything over behind this one? I can't push it. Okay. Well, with all that done, why did Brian have the Wesley Special? Maybe he bought it. Alright. Let's go to... not my sweet home. The hotel. Let's get a nice sleep and have a nice lunch. Our stinky adventure is coming to an end. We've really helped the town out a lot today. One save before bed, just in case. And now... let's get a good sleep. Let's do deep sleep.
Yeah.
What time is it? 6:21. We need more sleep. It is not lunchtime yet. Lunch is at like noon, right? Let's do moderate sleep. Oh, we're so hungry. Better get food quick. Alright, we've got Deep Blue, Cherry Blossom. Oh, I'd love to see it. We've also got Passion Red, Burning Soul Suit, increase your life gauge. What do y'all think? Should we bust out Cherry Blossom now or save that for next time? Should we go with Passion Red? Or even deep blue? Which of these 3 suits will we try? We will not be wearing the very dirty suit. Increase my sex appeal? Okay. Let's do it. Putting on Cherry Blossom. And we're sending Rainy Stripe for dry cleaning. Here it is. Hey, I just realized the suit previews don't show his facial hair. Alright, we're nice and clean. Let's get a good shave. We went from being a stinky wreck to a sexy mess. $28 for a shave. We're looking sexy. We got our new flamethrower. Look at that. Look at us finally matching now. Isn't it fucking beautiful? Does he use a straight razor? He does. Sing and dance through this happy day. Lucky item, sunglasses.
Sunglasses. Coffee and milk go together like John Belushi and Dan Aykroyd. The Blues Brothers of the tabletop.
Great! Great, York! I'm fine with this shade. A brighter pink would be cool, but this gets the job done. York really is just like sunglasses and he goes, the Blues Brothers. I'm losing health! I'm losing health! I gotta get to the station! I gotta get to the station for lunch! We gotta get to the station for lunch and end the stream. I'm bleeding out from hunger. We only have half an hour. George, please. George, I need lunch. And here's where we're gonna end it tonight. Come on! I knew I should have done another save. Hang on, hang on. It's fine, it's fine. It's not a big deal. We get right back into it quick. We went a while, we had a bunch of crashes at the start, but then it really picked back up. It got pretty stable for a while there. Still, good thing I saved right before bed.
Previously during the investigation. F.
So we're going to stop the crashes and other mods to make it more like 360 support. Honestly, I think I have the stuff that should stop the crashes. Alright, so it's like 11. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do a 12-hour sleep. Interesting, I don't think that completely emptied my hunger this time. Alright. Back to Cherry Blossom. Yeah, the picture is a lot pinker than the actual suit. But a lot of them, like, this one's darker than the actual suit. You know, it's all over the place. Put on my sexy clothes. Head for where the in-crowd goes. This is not the life for me. I'm going out for lunch. With my Wesley Special Flamethrower. Kaysen! He's the huffin' and puffin' type of guy.
Hey, York.
York, there you are. Kaysen, look at my new toy.
Hey, cut that out, will you?
shit. Don't let Polly know. Just some boys joshing around, a little horseplay, don't worry about it. I am in love, I am enamored with how weird Forrest Kaysen's animations are. I've never noticed how weirdly he moves. Like, him constantly bobbing and, like, doing weird squats, it's so strange. I hope I didn't lose like $1,000 doing that. He's approaching CDI movement. It is. Thomas! It's time to end the night. I've gone an hour and a half longer than I should have. Please. Give me what I need. You're not here. You're here. I'm gonna talk to George, too. I haven't really just talked to him in a minute.
Hmm?
You need to check out Diane's alibi. That means talking, you need to talk to Nick. What did Thomas say? Right, Thomas. He wasn't feeling well that night, so he was resting in the back of the bar. He rarely comes through when he needed to. I've got other matters to attend to, so I can't go with you. Take Emily and go to it. Nick works at the A&G diner during the daytime. He's the only cook there.
Hmm?
Nick should be at the diner. What are you waiting for then? A serious character? Yeah, we've seen that. Alright, Thomas.
Hello?
You can go see Nick today, right? You don't have lunch at the diner? I can make something if you like. Yes, please. Have it ready for you in a jiffy. Alright, I think I've never seen this.
Thomas, have you ever eaten Emily's cooking?
What?
Hey, what exactly are you asking?
I was just wondering what you thought of her cooking, that's all. You know, perhaps an unbiased opinion of one who is himself a fantastic chef. So how about it? Have you eaten her cooking?
I have. Just once.
And how was it?
Well, that's not an easy question.
Honesty is the best policy.
How can I say this?
Cut it out, Agent York.
He's pleading the fifth. He has the right to remain silent. Don't try and force him to say something. He has the right to an attorney.
George, and what are you trying to say?
Anything I say may be used in a court of law. Let's just let the topic of Emily's cooking go, okay?
I can't do that, George. I want to know. I guess it's just my curiosity. So tell me, Thomas.
Well, for lack of a better word, let's just say it's Amazon-style cooking.
What?
That was well said. I'm impressed.
I love the while he's like open mouth, bellowing with laughter.
Oh, you were lacking words, were you? Let's get back to work.
So we can't do the quests that dive into Emily's cooking yet, can we? Our favorite cartoon is running. We can check the weather. Today's a fine, clear day, a perfect day to have a walk. No rain. Don't open. Alright. Well, that is a great place to end it for tonight. Next time, hopefully y'all can help me remember to turn in that painting. Before we, or after we do our main quest. But for now, that is it for Deadly Premonition tonight. Ugh. It's tough to just do a short stream of this. Real tough. Thank you all so much for coming out. Let me back up my save one last time. You know, that one didn't seem super new. I wonder if I have seen that. Second lunch, on to diner and painting. Oh. Thank you all so much. Thanks to let me scroll back here. Thanks to Ursula, Tomb, and Y-Table for the subs. Thanks to your dad, the Squid, for the raid. And thanks to just everyone who came out and watched tonight. This is a lot of fun. Next stream, again, I think the stream is just firmly going to be a weekend series. The weekend's the best time for it. That's when most people can come and when I'm the most free to do it. Hopefully on a Saturday, though, when I can afford to go a little later. But still, we got so much done today. Not as much story as I would have liked, but again, the more side stuff we do now, the less we do later. And I think going forward we're gonna start to get more and more story in these streams. We've knocked out. I want to say we've knocked out half or more of the side quests at this point, and since I'm already probably not going to do all of them, you know, we're doing good. I would love a mod of this game where instead of Zach, York talks to chat. Chat. Anything else I need to say? If you want to check out the other Deadly Premonition VODs, including the like standalone presentation thing I did for the start of this stream, or just any other, you know, good stuff, like I'll have Crow Country and Abiotic Factor going up soon. Exclamation point YouTube for a link to my YouTube channel, if you want that. If you want to, you know, stream alerts or to suggest other games or whatever, exclamation point Discord for the Discord, you know, it's a regular streamer Discord. And yeah, as for this week, probably doing more Abiotic Factor with Grief and Eclipse. No, sorry, with JD and Eclipse. Grief will hopefully be able to join us next week, because they also have the game, and I'm looking forward to them joining the science team we got going. But yeah, more Abiotic Factor either Tuesday or Thursday. Deadly Premonition again on the weekend if nothing comes up. And if there's anything else, you know, it's up in the air. Depends on how I'm feeling and what I'm thinking. I do have some other things I want to do. I feel like I kind of have to stream the Thousand Year Door remake when that comes out, just because, I mean, look at me, you know? I kind of have to. But also, I never beat that game. That's a game where I got to the end, and I just didn't beat it. Like, I literally got all the stars and got to the Thousand Year Door, and we opened it, and then I just didn't play the ending. I don't know why. I must have gotten to that point at the night before we had to take it back to, you know, Hollywood Video or something. That's the only explanation I can think of, and then being a dumb kid, I just didn't think to go, oh, I should finish that. You know. I don't know, it's weird. We'll see. I wanna try to stream that at some point, but yeah. Like I said, Abiotic Factor this week, Deadly Premonition this weekend, assuming nothing gets in the way, and then we'll see what else happens. But let's see if there's anybody to raid now. God, I really went a full, like, over an hour and a half later than I should have. But that's life. Oh, you know what? Wow, they're still going. Let's raid Melty Kit. And the raid phrase is gonna be, shit, what do we have? There was a lot on this stream. Thank you for coming by, Spy Dude, and thank you for, like, pointing out a bunch of the stuff. Hold on, let me check my screenshots. I should have something in there. What do we have? It could be he is kidding me. Snare sandwich made with jam and cereal on top. Something snare sandwich related, surely. You know what? That's a good point. Wait, hold on. Can I find the full quote? Okay, here we go. Oh fuck! The raid is starting there, it's in chat! Copy and paste that. I don't even have time to do the funny video this time. Goodbye! I took too long.